We're doing this. I think we're going to be playing Darksiders by the looks of it. Let's give this a minute to warm up. What's up? How you doing? Hey, good for you, bro. We're gonna be streaming. Ah, do you know what? I've just realised who that is. Your name's so bait, bro. Just change your YouTube name. It's way too bait. Give yourself a random name, man. Got your full government out there. Yeah, you need to change that. Go onto your YouTube channel and change your name, bro. Get your whole government name on there. That's crazy. Well, I mean, if you don't mind. The internet is a wild place. Mortal Kombat, you actually good at it though. But he was a Tekken guy. Alright, what else we need to do? We need to go live. I thought you was a Tekken guy, bro. Test. Alright, let's hope this controller works today. Yo, that fucking... Those jokes. Oh, have we got no sound? Or are we connected? Okay, let's... Oh, I just swore. Damn. Right off the bat. Let's mess up the stream. Messed up the stream already. Well, what are you gonna do? Just gonna play anyways. Kind of clips. Just put them on your YouTube, you donut, and just at me on YouTube. Let's see if this controller works. Oh, that's not right. Ah, I did it again. We are not even... Of course, I don't know if I'm going to see the stream if it's unlisted. You're a big man, bro. Alright. Oh, it looks like we've got an update. Well, to be fair, I should even be on at this time. But we'll see what's going to happen. There should be a guy to speak to around here. What the hell? So we're going to get started with the main topic in a minute. Just give this a chance to see if it's going to send the stream out to anybody. It is an odd time for me to be on, to be honest. But I've not been on for like 5 days, so the algorithm's forgotten the channel. But if you didn't know, what we're going to be doing is talking about humans inventing God. And the fact that all known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. I swear, I just see the ops in the chat. Hope you blocked me. Alright, that being said, all known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. Throughout human history, we've never had any evidence that gods exist independently of the mind and are able to have any meaningful effect on our reality. Historically speaking, no one has ever gone out into their native land and discovered the god of another land, yet there are thousands of gods on the planet historically. Humans produce god concepts. We don't find gods, we don't discover gods, we invent them. We'll go further into it and start breaking out some evidence for you guys if the chat actually reaches anyone to speak to. But these aren't baseless claims, my friend. Yeah, Bora Bora, give me a reason to think that's true. Again, if your God requires belief, imagination or faith to interact with it, it's probably not real. That's in your mind. It's a bit bright, isn't it? A lot of people can't cope with that reality. It's understandable, but I'm sure if they just took opportunity to be honest with themselves for a second, they'd realise exactly what I'm saying. How can a non-existent entity manifest itself? You literally had to come up with the idea of God, or someone had to give that to you in order for you to interact with it. No one's ever had any meaningful interaction with an entity described as a god. So you're fooling yourself, really. And again, if you've got pragmatic reasons to do that, then fine. But
what could they possibly have in mind for Lord Monk's remains?
To stab it, to burn it. What's up, bro? No, people sacrifice to the God of the Bible, bro. The God of the Bible is called Yahweh. Go do your research on who Yahweh is. It's the God of the Jews. They used to do, you know what they call the god Moloch, right? That is actually the term for child sacrifice. And then Yahweh used to get child sacrifices too. Okay, so go do your research. If you actually read the Old Testament, you'll see how many times humans have been sacrificed in the name of Yahweh or God the Father. It is true, right? Go look it up for yourself. Again, I wouldn't just tell you that for the sake of it. Go look it up for yourself. You don't get Yahweh, right? You don't get Yahweh without the Elohim or El Elohim that comes from the Canaanites. All of these gods were combating with each other. Alright, hold on. You want to see the evidence? Alright, so guys on the vertical live stream, well, evidence, you want to see a direction to go look. Guys on the vertical live stream, you need to come to Culture Crack YouTube channel or Set West 10 on TikTok if you want to see the screen, because I'm going to be showing excerpts and pictures and stuff. Some visual aids. So see, it's been a while since I've looked in my notes. I need to bloody name them. Here we go. Alright, so what I've got on the screen is something you can go and look up and look into for yourself, right? I'll make it so it fits the screen, hopefully. Button. There you go. Hopefully that's not too small. I'll read it out to you anyways, alright? So, remember what I was just saying about Yahweh and Moloch? Alright, so recent scholarship suggests that Molech or Molech may refer to a type of child sacrifice ritual rather than a specific deity, with debate over whether these sacrifices were offered to the Canaanite deity Molech or directly to Yahweh. While some evidence suggests these rites were practiced by some groups within early Israelite religion, other biblical passages condemn them as foreign, not Yahwehistic practices, with Jeremiah 7:31 stating that such actions were never commanded by Yahweh. That being said, right, the act of child sacrifice is still contested to be something that the Israelites did in the name of Yahweh. Okay, so I'm not just saying it to say it. Okay, so again, like, you gotta really know the history of the people you're dealing with and what kind of religion you're subscribing to and where these ideas actually come from. So yeah, go look into it for yourself. Anyways, back to the main point. I'm saying all known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. Yeah, who wrote the Bible, bro? Who wrote the Bible, bro? No, there's not. What did it say? Scholars. Not me, scholars. Okay? Who wrote the Bible, bro? Alright, I'll check it out after the stream. Alright, so we've spoken to him. Let's go back and check with Freya. Anyway, who cares about that petty information? That's trivial. Something you can look into for your own edification. I could care less, right? I'm talking about the reality that your God is an invention. It's nothing more than an abstract concept. What humans do pertaining to that God is up to you to look into. But so far as there being evidence for your God existing outside of its invention by humans, there isn't any as far as I know. Maybe you got some. Or maybe you're going to be one of those people that say, you need faith and belief. Alright, so maybe you should set about looking for some evidence of your God. Right. Oh, I didn't even listen to what he told me to do. Anyways, none of that matters. So yeah, I'm saying humans invented God. It's what's called explanatory claim. I know I've been away for a couple of days, so a lot of the information has kind of seeped out of my brain. I'm trying to not burden myself with all this theological rubbish anymore, but I still think it's a worthwhile job to do. But that being said, right, all known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. When I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim, and it can be supported with archaeology, anthropology, and neuroscience, or cognitive behaviour, or whatever it's called, right? I'll show you the exact type of mechanism that was used by our ancestors to devise the first types of God, if you would be interested in knowing. It's called hyperactive agency detection device. We'll be circling around explaining this various different times in the stream, but mark this as the first time I'm going to explain it when I'm kind of half asleep. Okay, so phase 1 of God creation is humans assigning agency to things, right? What might this look like in the ancient world? So I'll give you an explanation of what hyperactive agency detection is first. For the people, wait, let me just see who's in there, right? Because some of you not need to get banned, really, just sitting here to report. You better skedaddle like the cockroaches you are. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, man ran, pussy. Know yourself, pussy. Anyways, right? A hyperactive agency detection device is a cognitive theory suggesting humans have an evolved built-in tendency to quickly attribute events and movements to intentional agents, e.g. people, spirits and gods. It's done to enhance survival even when none exist, acting like a mental smoke detector for threats, which explains beliefs in the supernatural and feelings of being watched. HAD was coined by a guy called Justin Barrett. HAD posits, again, HAD is an acronym for Hyperactive Agency Detection Device. HAD posits that a false positive seen an agent where there isn't one was safer in ancestral environments than a false negative, missing a real threat. This hypersensitivity leads to anthropomorphizing. If you don't know what anthropomorphizing means, it just literally means putting human features onto something inanimate, right? Or, yeah, something that's not human. This hypersensitivity leads to anthropomorphizing, seeing purpose in randomness, and forms the foundation for religious beliefs. Now, I'll give it to you in simple terms, so without all the jargon. What this may have looked like is an ancestor of ours, right, somewhere up with the hominid family, would have been out in the wild and they would have seen what me and you today describe as lightning. Where's that site, Grace? Storehouse Loft, maybe. They would have seen what me and you today describe as lightning, and they would have said, I don't know what that is, I don't understand what that is, therefore there must be a mind that is higher than mine who either understands what that is or is responsible for that. If they failed to do it in that way, they would have said the lightning itself is capable of acting on its own accord, which that in simple terms is assigning agency to something. This isn't the one we want. Right, and out of that assigning agency to lightning, over time it becomes deified. That's what gives us the grounds and the beginnings of what's called elemental gods. Right, elemental gods pertain to earth, wind, water, fire, and celestial gods that pertains to stars, things like the sun, the moon, etc. So, to the main point, if you're just coming in, the first phase of God creation is assigning agency to things we don't understand. Right? I just broke down the cognitive theory that explains why and how that happens. Okay. So how that agency thing happens is called hyperactive agency detection device. Again, I'm not telling you anything that isn't publicly available for you to go look at yourself. Right? Don't take my word for it. Go look into it. Dark chamber entrance, maybe that's it. Okay. Now, second phase of God creation is abstraction. It's humans gaining the capability to conceptualize and to think abstractly. So first phase, when you're talking about agency, assigning agency, you're talking about observational things which humans are trying to explain. Second phase is abstraction. This is completely cognitive. So when we start talking about abstraction, we're talking about things like love, war, knowledge. These aren't observational things. You can express these things, but as a concept, they don't have a physical object to go with them, right? So first phase is assigning agency to things based on observation. Second phase is abstraction. It's when we start to develop gods like creator gods, gods of love, gods of war, gods of knowledge. Why is this done? It's done for psychological needs, to give certainty where there's uncertainty. So you can begin to cook up answers to things that are mysteries of the world, which you don't currently have data to support, right? We're talking about human development here, right? So first phase, assigning agency to things using what's called hyperactive agency detection device. Second phase is when we gain the capability to conceptualize and use abstraction, right? So we start to come up with abstract ideas that both describe our reality and we deify these abstract ideas. As the stream goes on, I will break it down in more details and I'll give you visual aids so you can actually see exactly what we're talking about here. While I give you these phases, right, it's actually a good idea for me to give you something to look at, okay? So you can see how these phases actually line up with our reality, what I'm telling you, right? So on a screen, on the Culture Crack YouTube channel, the Set West 10 TikTok channel, is a table of gods from different regions at different times, and it tells you the roles they played and the countries that they come from. So I'm currently walking you through the three phases based on my hypothesis of how humans invented God. Phase 1 is agency detection, like I just explained with HAD. Phase 2 is abstraction, the ability to conceptualize, and that abstraction being used for what's called psychological needs.
Now, phase 3 is for societal cohesion. This is when we're moving out of hunting and gathering into agriculture and polis. Polis is like a Greek word for city or civilization, right? So we're building up civilizations and cities now. So this is the third phase of God creation. Third phase ultimately leads us on a trajectory to where we are today with a 3-O God. 3-O means literally omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent. It's thought to be an immaterial spirit, but we'll get to that. The God that we know that's popular today. We'll get to that in a minute, right? But anyways, we're now talking about phase 3 God creation. Okay, phase 3 God creation is done for societal cohesion. It's to be able to mobilize people under ideology, create moral arbiters, and organize societies. Basically, you get proto-religions, you get temples, etc. Right? It's literally necessary in our trajectory. But not only do you get so in third phase, you start to stack phase 1 and phase 2, but you now anthropomorphize. So phase 1 is deifying things like nature and deifying things like the sun and the moon and stars, right? Phase 2 is deifying abstract entities like love and war and knowledge. Okay. Phase 3, now we become fully anthropomorphic. That means they take on human features, human hierarchy, and then they also get an elemental nature, they get a celestial nature, and they get an abstract nature. And you'll see this happen as civilizations pop up across our planet. Some of the oldest civilizations being Mesopotamia, Northern Africa, Egypt, Indus Valley, modern day India, East Asia, modern day China, and then eventually Europe. Okay, so let's not forget, like, the Americas are kind of like part of Europe's trajectory. Right? So I'll explain each as the time goes on. The stream's just started, right? So we're gonna make time for gameplay too, of course. But yeah, so I'm explaining the 3 phases of God creation based on my hypothesis. Right? Phase 1 is assigning agency to things we don't understand using hyperactive agency detection. Phase 2 is conceptualizing an abstraction, deifying abstract things into entities. And phase 3 is for societal cohesion. So now let's take a look at the gods that we know about. How do we know about these gods? From archaeology and anthropology. Archaeology is the study of things found in the ground and artifacts. Anthropology is the study of humans, human history and culture. Right? So it's your religions, the food you eat, your traditions, your land, your geography, etc. Right? Your religion. Okay, so Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, they had a god called Enlil. The role or the domain of that god was wind, air and storms. Wind, air and storms are elemental features, right? So what does that speak to? Phase 1 of God creation, assigning agency to things, okay? That was found in the Sumerian culture, or the region, or religion, whatever. Egypt, Northern Africa, Ra, that's the name of the god. The role and the domain of Ra was a sun god and a creator god. So you got your sun aspect, that's assigning agency to a celestial entity, right? Or a celestial thing, the sun. But you've also got your creator aspect now. A creation, the act of creating is an abstract thing. Okay, it can be expressed, but creating in itself has to be conceptualized first. What does it mean to create something? So you can see how these ideas have been stacked, right? Ra is also anthropomorphic, but we'll save that for a minute, right? So is Enlil, because you're talking about civilizations here. Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, talking about civilizations. So they're phase 3 creations. But anyways, Greece, Europe, Zeus. Zeus is king of the gods, right? So what does it mean to be a king of the gods? That's an anthropomorphic, hierarchical, if that's the right way to put it, feature. When I say hierarchical, it literally represents how we as humans operate and organize ourselves, and we create gods that mirror that, right? So Zeus now becomes a king of gods, and under him he has sons and other gods underneath him. Just how we organize ourselves in societies, right? So like think feudal times, think monarchy, right? This is what's going on in the world, right? So this is what the gods reflect. So that's your phase 3. Zeus is anthropomorphic, right? But Zeus is also the god of the sky and thunder, so he still has an agentic kind of nature to him based on the first phase, assigning agency to things, right? Obviously he's agentic because it's anthropomorphic. Anyways, right? So you can see how them 3 phases fit nice and neatly into explaining how and why we produce gods, right? So I'll give you 1 or 2 more just so you can flesh it out, right? So Norse, Scandinavia, you get a god called Odin. He's a god of wisdom, war, death, and magic. Wisdom, war, death, and magic are completely abstract. They're not things you can actually tangibly hold, right? These are things you have to conceptualize, or you can express these things, but you have to conceptualize them fundamentally in order to have any notion of what they are, okay? So, when I say humans invented God, right, it's called an explanatory claim. And that explanatory claim, I feel, has explanatory success because we have the how, we have the why, and in some cases we have the when and the where. Okay. It also accounts for what's called predictive power. So if we come across new God concepts, we can explain them without having to posit the existence of an entity such as a God of any kind, right? But going through the three phases, assigning agency to things, abstraction, and for societal cohesion, right? Well, abstraction speaks to psychological needs. Societal cohesion speaks to polis and, building up civilization. But God concepts have to go through an evolutionary trajectory to get to the God concept that you understand today, like some people understand. Because to keep in mind, we still kind of live in a henotheistic society where where we recognize that there are different cultures with different gods. Like the ancient Israelites or the ancient Hindus lived in a henotheistic society where they said, our tribe has our God, that tribe has its God, that tribe has its God, okay? We still kind of take on that role, that kind of format of society today, right? But in modern times, the most popular configuration of God is what's called the three-O God, right? Omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, thought to be, an immaterial spirit, right? Now, in order to get to that popular version of God, we have to go through that evolutionary trajectory. And the evolutionary trajectory for that specific God of the Bible, takes place in what's called Mesopotamia, or modern day, the Levant, right? Well, it's not even modern day anywhere. But the Levant is where the evolutionary trajectory of the God of the Bible comes from. The first gods to be put forward in that region of the world is like I was just reading on that list, right? You got Inanna, Ishtar, Anu, and Enlil, I think, right? Anu might be Canaanite, so I might be wrong about that one. But the first pantheon of gods to be put forward in that region of the world is the civilization of Mesopotamia, okay? And what Mesopotamia also puts forward, right? Sorry, what you're looking at currently is a god configuration list. But what comes forward from those gods of Mesopotamia is what's known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? The Ark Tablet and the Creationist myth, right? Or the Creationist tablet. What's on the screen currently is the Creationist tablet. This is what gives them the foundation for what's found later in Genesis, right? Why is it found in Genesis? Well, the Babylonians and then the Israelites, because the Mesopotamians, aka the Sumerians, are the Babylonians, the Canaanites, the Akkadians, the Amalekites, and the Israelites' ancestors, because it's that region of the world. So, how did the Babylonians and the Israelites get hold of Creationist tablet, Noah's Ark story, right? It's from the Mesopotamians, right? They're literally just keeping the words of their ancestors alive. They're just remixing the names of the people in the story, okay? What's on the screen is the Creationist myth, right? And it's one of its earliest forms. At least the Levant's Creationist myth. Different cultures, different civilizations have their own Creationist myths, right? But we're talking about like the history of the Bible, the history of the Torah, which gives Old Testament, which gives New Testament, which gives Quran, okay? The other thing that they give to the world is the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the tablet you're looking at on the screen right now, right? I can't read that. Some people can read it, right? But everyone pretty much knows the summary of the story of Epic of Gilgamesh, right? And the other one was Ark Tablet. Let's just get that up on the screen quickly. Where are ya? I really got to start naming stuff. I say it every time, but I forget to do it, right? So that's the Ark Tablet. Again, I'm not telling you stuff that's like, oh, this is like, I'm not a conspiracy type of guy, right? I'm the type of person that argues against that kind of stuff. Anything I'm showing you is widely available, right? And it's searchable. It may not be like, the most fun stuff to look into if you're not interested in it. But it's no underground YouTube bullshit, right? All of these articles are clearly on the internet. You can go find them. You can go to the British Museum and like see articles about these things I'm showing you. These artifacts. Remember what I said earlier on? How do we know about gods and God creations? artifacts from archaeology and anthropology, studying human histories, human cultures. Okay, so right, the God of the Bible has a evolutionary trajectory, just like I explained to you earlier on, assigning agency to things, abstraction for psychological needs, and then societal cohesion. Okay, the God of the Bible has that evolutionary trajectory too, right? But it takes place in the Levant. If you don't know where the Levant is, I will show you on the screen. This is the Levant, right? The region of the world where most of the formation for what you call the Abrahamic faiths takes place, right? This region of the world, right? Funny enough, like the region of the world that's still kind of in conflict. Okay, that's the Levant, right? So, the earliest gods in that region of the world are put forward by the Mesopotamians: Inanna, Ishtar, Anu, right? Enlil, right? Canaanites, Babylonians, Amalekites, Akkadians, Israelites, and some other people are all the ancestors. The Mesopotamians are the ancestors of all those groups I just named, right? Anyways, so the Mesopotamians, the Babylonians, etc., the Israelites get the foundations for their religious beliefs or their spiritual views from the Mesopotamians, right? How they lived in the Levant, they lived as nomadic tribes. Right? So you got like the upper, the lower, the southern, etc., right? And these people would be in conflict with each other historically. It's a desert area, so their primary function was warfare. That was what their main, like, you know, some societies are built upon, I don't know, fucking agriculture, and some societies are built upon warfare, right? This region of the world was heavily entrenched in warfare. Historically, you can go look up, right? Some of the greatest military conquests and shit. But yeah, the Israelites were war-based, Canaanites were war-based, etc. Hence why Yahweh comes about as a war god and a storm god. Okay, this is their history, it's their culture, right? So, Mesopotamians produce the first types of gods in that world, produce Epic of Gilgamesh, produce the creationist myth, produce the Ark tablet, right? Noah's Ark, but he's not called Noah, right? Different conversation for a different time. Then, the Israelites come about whenever they come about. I actually do have a genealogy timeline, but it's a bit much to go too far into. You guys should subscribe, and I give you my notes, right? The Israelites basically have their god, which is Yahweh, right? YHWH, I think, right? Originally, he's known as a storm god and a warrior god. I'll give you a little bit of a visual aid, if you will. Right? So on the screen now, you can see it just in plain text. I'm giving too much information too early. We just need to play some games. All right, I didn't mean to do that. What did I do? I just flipped that vertically, didn't I? TMI, too early, you know. So, what? Guys on TikTok are like, okay, I don't see anything changes. No, it's happening on a big screen. Alright, so on the screen there's like a visual aid, kind of like what I'm talking about. So Yahweh, the personal name of the God of Israel, represented by the Tetragrammaton, originated as an ancient Semitic deity in the southern Levant Midian region. The Levant is literally what I just showed you on the screen, right? Likely during the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age. Often associated with storms and war, Yahweh emerged as a national god of Israel and Judah, eventually evolving into the focus of monotheism through the process of syncretism with the high god El and the separation from local cults like Baal. Now, see, that last bit was technically incorrect. Baal is part of the pantheon of El. El is a main god of the Canaanites. So El would be like the Canaanite Zeus. And under Zeus, under El, you had Baal, you had Asherah and Marduk. But like we was discussing earlier on, scholars now believe Marduk to be a type of sacrifice, not an actual deity. Okay, but we can go into that in a bit. So what was I going to show you? Yahweh becoming God the Father. Right, yeah, so there's your Canaanite pantheon, right? Just in like a Gemini explanation of it, right? Again, you might have I don't know, you might, not be happy about the source. You're free to go look at it for yourself, but I would say the information here isn't incorrect, so the source doesn't really matter, it's just an explainer. So, El, Asherah, Baal, and Molech were deities in the ancient Canaanite pantheon, often contrasted with the Hebrew god Yahweh in the Old Testament, right? So there's just kind of little abstract on who is who and who did what, right? But in order for Yahweh to become God the Father, right, he has to take elements of El Elyon from the Canaanites, and it's done via the Israelites. The Israelites literally, they're having war with these like different little tribes like the Canaanites, Amalekites, Akkadians, whatever, right? But after however much conflict they have, the Israelites decide to take elements from El Elyon, right, which is a Canaanite god, to make Yahweh God the Father. It goes deeper than that because the Zoroastrianists are the ones that really help the Israelites tie down their idea and their concept of God, which becomes God the Father. Where is this? Sorry, I'm trying to give the visual aid so it's not just talk. You can actually read it for yourself. But it's a bit of a jar to get these things up, because I have to read what it actually says. Now, if you're just waking up, appreciate you for tuning in. If you're about to go to sleep, appreciate you for hanging in there. Right, so here we go. There you go, right? So that's just like a summary of what I was trying to say. Yahweh became identified with El, the head of the Canaanite pantheon, primarily between the 9th and 8th century BCE, as the Israelite religion shifted from polytheism. Well, technically it wasn't polytheism, it was henotheism, right? So again, Google's not absolutely accurate. As Israelite religion shifted from polytheism to monolatry, and eventually monotheism, originally a distinct, likely southern war deity, Yahweh was merged with El, absorbing his attributes, authority, and titles like El Shaddai, God Almighty. Right? So basically, Yahweh becomes God the Father by the Israelites combating the prophets of El Elohim from the Canaanites, and then eventually, literally absorbing the powers of El, making Yahweh God the Father. All right. So, right, if Jesus actually existed as a person, it would be best to call him Yahshua, a Bronze Age Judaic priest at best, right? That's being charitable. If he actually existed in the capacity claimed, right, before we get to the New Testament, he would have been born as a Jew, and the God he would have believed in is Yahweh, God the Father, like we just described. Okay, so that's literally like a short, like a truncated version of how you get the God the Father in the Bible today, right? So it literally has an evolutionary trajectory in the same kind of way other gods have across the regions of the world, the various regions. But back to the main point before we go start doing this boss fight. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It requires somebody devise a concept of God and impart it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself must devise a concept of God in order to interact with it. As far as I'm aware, historically, there's never been any evidence of an independent entity that is capable of having meaningful effect on our reality. What does an independent entity mean, right? It means something that doesn't require a mind to conceptualize it, to interact with it. It would exist if we didn't exist, right? And having been able to have meaningful interaction with the world means it has the capacity to act on its own agency, and it can actually do things to this planet, you know? So that's my position, but the main point is humans invented God, and that's what's called an explanatory claim, right? Now, as I said, we can walk you through the how, the why, and in some cases the when and where. It has predictive power, so I would say as far as explaining God concepts and God beliefs, it's got explanatory success, right? But if you think your God is actually real and not an abstract concept, it would be on you to present evidence for that being the case. As always, the burden is with the claimant, right? But on my part, I can definitely support the how, the why, and in some cases the when and the where. So, alright, this fight is not going to go well. It's been days since I played this. This guy's violent, man. Damaged? How? I'm already dead. Oh, it's a grab! Cooked already. No, so if you're asking me why I don't believe in God, is because there's too much evidence of humans inventing it. Right? There's far too much evidence. Every type of God you've ever heard of came from the mind of a human. There's no doubt about that. That's not like that's not a it's not a conspiracy. It's not a myth. It's just supportable historically. And so far as all of the thousands of God claims that we know about, no one has ever presented significant evidence of one existing. So it's just a bunch of people's personal, private testimonies mixed up with religious views. Religious views pertain more to human culture, as like we were just walking through the history of the Levant, than actual gods themselves. Religions are more about societal cohesion, keeping alive the histories of your ancestors and the cultures and traditions. That's more of what religion is about than actual gods. So theology, like some people might call bare theology, has more to do with gods, conceptualizing gods as entities themselves. In terms of the spectrum, like God is really, as a topic, is a spectrum. On one end, you've got philosophical gods, right, that function as like what's called metaphysical frameworks. They don't necessarily interact with our physical reality. And on the other end, you've got what's called religious or biblical types of gods. They have very specific traits. They do very specific things. People report very specific stories about them. In between the spectrum, you get what's called configurations, best put it like this, conceptual frameworks for gods. Right? What do I mean when I say conceptual frameworks? So you get monotheism, which is one all-powerful god; polytheism, which is many gods; henotheism, which is one central god but they acknowledge others exist; pantheism, which is God is the universe; panentheism, which is God is all but beyond all; animism, spirits that inhabit nature; deism, a non-intervening creator; right? Dualism, two opposing cosmic forces. So in terms of gods, right, any number of gods can fall into those frameworks that I just said: monotheism, polytheism, pantheism, panentheism, deism, dualism, animism. Any number of god concepts can fall into those, right? Your philosophical gods are more on your pantheistic side. Your biblical or religious gods are more on your monotheistic side. Within that spectrum, there are thousands of gods, right? Some believed to be actually existing, and some just thought of as just completely just conceptual. Right? As far as I'm concerned, all gods on this spectrum are conceptual. Right? You cannot interact with the concept of God without first understanding what you're looking at. So think of God as a container, right? An empty container that you have to fill with concepts in order to have any meaningful interaction with it. As God is not something that is an object, what's called like a saturated concept, I think, right? I can't remember the exact wordage, right? You can't actually interact with it until you conceptualize it. Okay, so as a thought experiment, right? Hold the image of an orange in your mind. An actual orange, the fruit, right? So you know the color orange comes from the idea of the fruit. But the orange has primary and secondary characteristics. That's like taste, smell, shape, texture, flavor, all these things, right? Size, right? You know, how it actually functions as an object. Now, if we remove taste, texture, size, color, smell from orange, right? All you have is like a dotted, like, you know, like when, like in a cartoon where they take away an item and it's just like a dotted line where it used to be, right? Psychologically, that's all you're left with if you take away the characteristics of an orange. God concepts come completely abstract in the first place. They're not saturated like the orange, right? So God itself is that dotted line that you have to fill with concepts like omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence. What is a spirit? So it can be a spirit. What does it mean to be immaterial? So it can be immaterial, right? That's what I'm trying to explain to you, right? So regardless of where you find yourself on God concepts, whether you're philosophically inclined or religiously inclined, God is primarily conceptual, right? So it requires you to be able to interact with it and not the other way around. Okay? But this is what we'll get more into in a bit. Oh, I'm reading the comments. You're just not saying anything significant, right? With all due respect. So let's go have a fight for a bit. AZ, I appreciate you for hitting the like, bro. Well, yeah, because we literally have to. Well, put it this way: Historically, what we've been doing is explaining ourselves and reality through God concepts. As I said earlier on, there are three main phases to God creation. One is assigning agency to things. The second is abstraction. And the third is societal cohesion. So we explain the stories of the story of humanity through the gods we produce. Our evolutionary trajectory tracks almost one-to-one with God concepts. Oh man, I got the shield out. Bro, when did I do that? I forgot how to play this game. The animation took way too long. Oh, he's got me. So yeah. Religion, yes, you could say it is a tool of control, but it's a secondary thing. It's not really the primary subject. Religion has way more to do with humans than it does to do with gods. If you pick up any religious text, like a good 75% of the text is literally just about the happenings of humans. It's not really gods. Of course, gods are part of human cultures because we produce them. But so far as the book being about God, no religious text is primarily about God. Yeah, I've already explained that 7-7. You're a little bit late, bro. Yeah, so no, what you're doing is making what's called a watchmaker's analogy. It's actually a fallacious way of thinking, and it's understandable because it's called a habit of thought. In order for a watchmaker's analogy to make sense for our actual physical material reality, there's a couple of things you need to be able to presuppose. One of those things you need to be able to presuppose is a God actually exists in whatever capacity exists. The next thing you need to be able to presuppose is the mechanisms in which it does what it does. Then the last thing you need to be able to presuppose is why it does what it does. Now, for a watchmaker's analogy to meet that criteria for our reality, right? What is a watchmaker's reality? If you see a watch, you wouldn't think the watch just came about naturally. You'd think, somebody made that watch, which is fine. It's called a habit of thought. But the watchmaker analogy works because we can presuppose humans do exist. We can presuppose the mechanisms in which humans use to create watches, and we can presuppose the reasons why humans create watches. So that works when explaining an inanimate object that a human produces. Keep in mind, the analogy you're making is hundreds of years old. A modern version of that analogy would be, oh yeah, a computer has a computer program. A painting has a painter, right? That is very childishly simplistic, right, with all due respect. But it doesn't even come close to explaining the way our reality functions, how it functions, or why. Right? Again, it's a fallacious way of thinking, with all due respect. And I don't blame you because, like I said, it's called a habit of thought. But reality requires a bit more level of nuanced thinking than just, a watch has a watchmaker, therefore. Right, yeah, that's very simplistic. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna keep fighting this boss in this state. No, bro, like I said, everything you're explaining to me, Jay Anderson, is your subjective view on how things function. What's up, Nahil? How you doing, bro? You're not giving me any concrete evidence or proofs of anything. You're just literally telling me your subjective view on what you think reality is, right? But you're not actually tying it to anything substantial. So any number of us can walk around saying this is how things are, right? Does that make it true, right? As I would say, what's up, Z? Never left all his life. He possibly Z, yeah, possibly he might deify a lie, right? He might deify whatever it is that brings him food. Like that cargo tribe that had the planes come into their land, and then they started to turn the planes and the cargo into gods, right? So yeah, you're probably right. Humans have a tendency to mystify things which they can't understand, which goes back to the idea we were talking about earlier on. Bob, stop, bro. Tolkien's like literally 19th century. Right? sorry, 20th century. So he couldn't have, right? Don't spam. I'm gonna mute you or block you, right? So don't spam. But what was the point I was saying before? I forgot what I was gonna say. So yeah, Delve. I'm streaming to multiple places, right? So the main YouTube channel is Culture Crack. That's where the big screen is. That's where the chat is. That's where I'm showing screenshots. And the second place is TikTok at Set West 10. That's where the chat is. And you got Twitch, which is Culture Crack, which also has chat and screenshots. And then you got the secret YouTube channel that you're on, Delve, which the others don't know about yet. So it's up to you if you want to stay there or come over to where everyone else is. That would be great, River, but I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Right? I've been thinking about this, reading about this for a while. We're at that point in history where you can't really get rid of religion. The best you could hope to do, and maybe I'm a bit of a defeatist. I'm getting old, and my ideology is kind of like being softened a bit. But I think the best you could hope to do is help religions to reform. Right? And I think it'd be like having someone outside of the religion that doesn't have any, ties to it to come in and help manage that reformation. Because within religion, there has been various reformations. But the problem is, what happens is they splinter and they become what's called denominations and they fracture, etc. Like I was discussing on my last stream maybe 5 days ago, how Islam is kind of seen, it's coming into its modernist kind of age with progressives popping up. And they've got like an inner civil war between conservative fundamental Muslims and progressive like modernist Muslims, right? The fundamentals are fighting really hard to make sure those progressive Muslims don't change things, right? But that same internal strife has happened in every religion. In fact, like you can look at the Protestant Catholic, Protestant Reformation, and the various splittings of the Catholic Church and Orthodox and unorthodox Jews, etc. Right? So this is happening culturally, but on a human level, you can't actually get rid of an ideology. The best you can do is help persuade and reform the people within their ideology. Because think about it like this: if you was to decide to suppress religion, you could probably under an iron fist for a while keep it at bay. But what would actually happen is it would go underground and become more extreme. So like on its own, it won't just die out, unfortunately, because you got to remember how religion functions is it gets children young, right? And you can't really parent other people's children for them, can you, right? It's only once they open the doors and let them into society you can say, what your parents taught you here is kind of shaky, right? Now that you're interacting with the world, you can kind of make up your mind yourself, right? But prior to that introduction into society as an adult, you're going to be psychologically combating all of that indoctrination, all of that cultural foundation that they have, whether it's good or bad. Or I'm not saying religion is just fundamentally bad. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just simply saying on its own, it won't die because it is actually an institutional part of society itself, right? If you look at what's called Christendom, or I'll put an explainer on the screen. The same kind of thing can be found in the Islamic world and the interactions with Jews between Europe to Far East Asia to Africa. The same kind of systems can be found, right? Religion, unfortunately, is too closely aligned with the state in all capacities, even countries that report to have no religious leanings at all, right? Religion influences education as an institution, law as an institution, economics as an institution, politics as an institution, okay? And because of that reality, the people who are in it have way too much at stake to ever, relinquish that hold of power, right? Relinquish that level of pull. So Christendom, not Christendom, Christen, so it's Chrisistendom, refers to the historical era and The historical era and geopolitical concept, roughly from the 4th century to the 20th century, where Christianity was the dominant, often state-enforced religious, social, and political force in Europe. It signifies a union of church and state, creating a unified Christian culture, distinct from the broader global Christian community. Now, as I was saying on the last stream, under Christendom, Christians suffered too, but non-Christians suffered the most, right? So anyone who wasn't a Christian or from a Christian nation was categorized into what we now call pagans. Okay? But under Christendom, right, there was lots of abuse of power by what's called the sacerdotal, which means like your clergymen, your popes, etc. That's what's called like the sacerdotal class. Under Christendom, from the Roman Empire onwards, right, they produced what's called a sacerdotal oligarchy, and that sacerdotal oligarchy held on to power as a chokehold in Europe, then in Africa, and then in the New World, like kind of simultaneously. That produced problems in Spain, Italy, Portugal, England, France, etc. Right? This is why the various different factions split off, because you had Christians suffering under Christendom. Then when you get the Protestant Reformation, you start to get people actually fighting back on their homeland, saying no. The Catholic Church and their sacerdotal people are abusing power, right? So they're coming up with these individual kind of rituals that are causing people harm, right? This is all historically documented, like I just said, right? Under Christendom, it ushered in what's called the Dark Ages. In fact, in the 400, right? The year 400, people were actually arguing that Christianity was the demise of the Roman Empire, right? And a guy called Augustine, I keep thinking it's Augustine of Hippo, he wrote a book, right, defending the faith based on that attack, right, that Christianity was actually responsible for the fall of the Roman Empire. Let me see if I can get my notes up. This is like, I've already put this stuff on a computer. Oh, look, it's 6 o'clock. Good morning. I can't really remember. I don't think you guys really care, but you can go look into this for yourself, right? On another stream, I'll get it for you. But yes, the Roman Empire. All right. Yeah, it's a bit much to look into right now. It's not even a relevant point, to be fair. But anyway, the dude Augustine of Hippo, I think, right, wrote a book combating the accusations that Christianity was the fall of the Roman Empire. But obviously Christianity survived that era. Yes, De Civitas Dei is called the City of God, right? So I'll pull up on the screen so you can kind of get a little overview. But anyways, right, during Christendom is what ushered in literally the Dark Ages in Europe, okay, because of the Crusades, because of the sacerdotal oligarchy. Individuals gaining power via the church and abusing that power. Okay, we still see that today, right? It's like historical abuse in religious institutions. But back then it was way worse. How Christianity actually spread, not only just the Roman Empire doing its thing by the sword, but religious. Same thing happened with Islam, same thing happened with Judaism, right? And in this valley, I've not really studied their history enough yet, but how religion would spread primarily is that it would spread through monarchy, which is kings and queens, aristocracy, which is like noblemen, rich men, and through what's called the mercantile class, which is the merchants. So what would happen is the popes and the sacerdotal class, like your clergymen, etc. I forget what all their individual names are, missionaries, etc. They would cozy up to power. So they'd go and get in bed, maybe physically or just verbally, with monarchy, aristocracy, and the mercantile class. And they would convert these lords, these barons, these merchants, right, and these kings, and the people who lived in the lands belonging to those classes would become Christians by default because of the owners of the land, right? This is how England becomes a Christian country. It gets unified, well, what's called Britain, right? It was Britain's. Anyways, it's a bit, forgive me if I make a mistake, right? But anyways, Britain was various different tribes and kingdoms, right, at a certain period of time. I can't remember what century it is, but a singular guy comes along and he, like, gets all his soldiers and he fucks everyone up on the land. Excuse my language, just to making the story a bit more juicy here, right? A bit more salacious. He basically conquers the land and he unifies the kingdom, right? He is converted as a Christian, right? And he becomes the first Christian king. Therefore, his subjects, everyone under the king, the monarchy at the time, had to convert too. But it didn't just happen overnight, right? What happened is they had to move people into these various different convents and communes, if that's the right way to put it, the communes across Britain, the lands of Britain, and they would set up the beginnings of churches via missionaries. But remember, you're talking about a period of time when 90% of the world was illiterate, specifically in Europe, okay? So it was education was reserved for, again, aristocracy, monarchy, and the mercantile class, your land tillers, your pig farmers, your blacksmiths, just your working class people. They didn't necessarily know about reading and writing, okay? They had their own cultures that they'd been living in, which again was flattened into what's called paganism, but it's really just it's just indigenous practices. Like, for instance, what's considered a Celtic god is a god called Brigid, a god of smithing, poetry, and healing. That's not a pagan god. That's just a native god to the land of Britons or the Celts, okay? It's not pagan. But anyways, they would have been in various different groups like that, having their various different beliefs. Now, the same thing happened to the Nordics and the Germans. Hence, you started getting invasions of Christian Anglos and Christian Nordics, right? And they mix and mingle. Romans, Anglos, Normans, and the Scandinavians, right? What was I saying? Got distracted by a bit of history. Right, yeah, so remember, people weren't actually capable of reading the Bible, and it was actually illegal to translate the Bible into the native country's languages at the time. So it was Greek, then Latin, right, and it was mostly circulated in Latin. Right? Even today, motherfuckers can't read Latin, okay? Right, so at the time when they were setting up these missionary, they weren't really full-on churches yet, these missionary spots all across England, all across France, Spain, Italy, etc., the Bible or the teachings of the Bible would be disseminated through individuals. They would be today you get science communicators, like people who make YouTube channels that explain scientific concepts, but they're not actually scientists, right? The same thing happened with the Bible, right? Which is again, missionaries doing missionary work. Happens in Africa, happens in America. America is a bit more brutal. Happens in Africa, happens in America, happens in New Zealand, Australia, right? Etc. across Europe. But yes, these individuals would come and they would teach the Bible, right? But the people couldn't actually read the text. So they had an allocated person to the commune to disseminate information in the Bible. Ironically, right, the same way that slave Bibles were produced in Americas, coming towards the end of slavery in the Americas, is the same way that the Bible was disseminated in Europe, right? So people weren't allowed to read the text themselves, and they didn't have any understanding of what was actually in the book. It's what their lords and their bloody monarchy and the people, sacerdotal class wanted them to know, right? So at that point, they were literally taken advantage of. But when they started to learn Christianity for themselves, this is when you get the splitting of the Catholics and the Protestants. So you have people, as I was saying, all of this is to explain Christendom. Under Christendom, Christians suffer too, okay? So the point was, a guy said, do you think Christianity will, do you think religion will just go away on its own kind of thing, right? Or we'll ever get rid of it? And I'm saying no, because of all of this history, you can't really suppress it. It will just go underground, become more extreme, more fundamentalist, and then re-emerge in a more obstructive or destructive way. So what I was trying to say is, although I would be interested in seeing what a society free from religion, it doesn't actually seem ethically plausible. So the next best step is to help them reform from outside of the institutions. So there's no conflict of interest with the Reformation. That for Islam to get a reform from inside, there's going to be concessions that each side will make, the progressives and the fundamentalists. For Jews to get a reform from Judaism, it's going to be concessions, fundamentalists and progressives, right? Same thing with Christianity. But if you had outside bodies to help them in this Reformation, you get your panel of scientists, philosophers, teachers, politicians, lawmakers, right? Whatever, atheists, put them all together and help them as an outside body reform, you'll likely get a more cohesive form of religion in the future than if you just leave them to their own devices. As you can see how people readily mobilize people under religious ideologies for nefarious means, politics, war, economic scams and shit. Think about prosperity gospels. It's one of the things that pushed me to atheism in the first place, right? Seeing that, like, the psychological abuse and scammery of how religion is used, right? So no, I don't think you can just get rid of it, right? As I said earlier on, we've seen in history, it's not impossible to suppress it by force, but it's not ethical to suppress it by force. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, so through that long explanation, I at some point pulled up the the Christians being blamed for the fall of the Roman Empire. That's what's on the screen. Right? So following the sack of Rome by Visigoths in 410 CE, many pagan traditionalists accused Christianity of causing the fall of the Roman Empire, alleging that the abandonment of traditional polytheistic gods and the rise of Christian ethics had destroyed the state's strength, which is kind of true, right? Augustine of Hippo, 354 to 430 CE, the Bishop of Hippo in North Africa, wrote his monumental work, The City of God, the Civete Dei, it's Latin, I can't pronounce it, between 413 and 426, right, to directly counter these accusations. But it's important, that guy specifically is important for adding interpretations that took off in Christianity. So it was no longer what the book just ultimately said itself, it was a school of thought or a teaching, a church teaching. Right, and this is a lot of what happened through the sacerdotal class. Okay, I think it's a good idea for me to get up. So sacerdotal is relating to priests or priesthoods, right? Relating, denoting doctrine which ascribes sacrificial functions, spiritual or supernatural powers, etc. But then don't forget, you got your Calvinists and your Puritans and all these different sects coming off of Christianity ideologically, causing their own inflammatory problems across the whole flipping world. All right, so back to the main point. I'm saying humans invented gods, right? And all known gods are psychological constructs, do not exist independently of the mind. If you had to explain this simply to a child to understand, no one in human history has ever gone outside onto their native land and discovered the god of another land. Okay. Add to the fact, right? This is very important to understand. There has never in human history been one universal idea of what a god is. God is an abstract concept, and it functions differently in every single person's mind. We could be in the same religion, have the same book, hold the same belief systems, and our God concepts could be completely different to each other, okay? So historically, there has never been a singular universal idea of God. All God concepts are evolutionary based or based on an evolutionary process, okay? And that evolutionary process tracks to our human evolutionary process. So when I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim, and it's supportable. So if this is a bit too much for you, don't feel like you have to stay, but at least you've got something to think about. This isn't a pre-recording. I was explaining something that doesn't really require any input. But now I'm here. But yeah, shit, if you think your God is actually real, as always, the burden of proof is on you to present that. If your God is just like, you gotta believe, bro. You gotta have faith, right? And yeah, that's just a function of your mind, right? There's no way you can represent that outside of your mind, okay? And there's something either you're gonna need to come to grips with, or just stay in that corner over there. Of course, Imu. Of course, right? But like I said, right, there's three main steps to God creation, right? first is assigning agency to things. The second is the ability to use what's called abstraction. And the third is creating gods with anthropomorphic features for societal cohesion. That process and trajectory is fundamental. And if you understand, like I understand, the genealogy, which is like, your father's 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 father, where someone comes from, the genealogy of the God that we have today, you have no reason to think that exists as an independent entity. No reason at all. There you go, someone asked for the text again. In a minute, we'll get into like your typical debate bro questions, like, well, who invented the world, the universe, and all that kind of stuff. As I said, right, if you look into the genealogy of the God of the Bible, you know where the creationist story comes from. It comes from the Mesopotamians. Right? That Mesopotamian creationist story was good for the time, but it definitely doesn't have the explanatory power that science has now. For the people just joining, what's on the screen is the Mesopotamian creationist tablet, which is the foundation for what's called Genesis. How does it end up in Genesis? The Mesopotamians are the ancestors of the Israelites. The Israelites are the Jews, right? That's how it ends up in Genesis. Right? But yeah, so as far as explaining reality with gods go, gods never know more than the people who invent them. Gods never know more than their prophets, in very simple terms. Did you get a chance to look at that Jamaican flag? But yeah. So if you think Jesus is actually God, then you're in a very sticky position, because you have to acknowledge the existence of various different types of gods. In fact, if you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, you have to believe in various different gods existing as well. So you're in a strange position. But again, like, religion entails cognitive bias and cognitive dissonance just by default. Specifically, monotheistic religions, they're not very harmonious. Yeah, anyways. I don't think that to be a thing. I don't think fine-tuning is a thing. I think that's a subjective view that people take. It's very difficult to support. You can get more philosophical about it if you wanted to, but I don't find it necessary. Fundamentally, it's just an opinion. It's what's known as the teleological argument. But yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, we had to think about it like this, right? If you can concede that humans made religion, then at the same time you have to concede that humans made God. Where would you get information about God to build a religion around it, if not from the minds of humans? Right? You don't go out into nature and discover gods, bro. There is not a God concept that you've ever heard of that didn't come from the mind of a human. A God is not an object. It's not it's not a thing you just pick up on the ground. You literally have to conceptualize it in order to have any meaningful interaction with it in the first place. I think the reason you're asking where I go, where I die, is because you've got what's called death anxiety and you fear death, right? As humans, we all do. But the reality is this: which among us, right, being that we're all living, can say what happens once we're dead? Right? If we're being honest. So don't get scammed, man. I understand we do these things to psychologically reduce our fear. Again, it's part of what happened in the beginning of creating gods in the first place. Like I said, right? In the second phase of God creation, which is called abstraction, you get the introduction of ideas of creation and death, etc. Right? Like Odin, god of wisdom, war, death, and magic. Right? We start to conceptualize these abstract things to reduce our fear, which is called death anxiety. Okay, reducing fear helps ensure survival. Fear plays a big part into phase 1 as well, assigning agency to things. So when you see lightning strike, it's an awe-inducing moment. You don't have an explanation for how powerful and large nature is. Therefore, you deify it to explain it. You minimalize it. You compartmentalize it. Now it's manageable. Now you've also got a story to attach to the event of lightning to help ensure survival for the future. The same thing can be said when it comes to mythos about what happens when one dies. Did you know the idea of hell isn't actually a thing? Hell in the Bible is a mistranslation of Sheol. Sheol is the grave, right? So you got Sheol, then you got Ganesha or whatever, and you got Hades. So it's a mixture of Hebrew ideas and Greek ideas coming together to give you your idea of hell. So as far as there being knowledge of what happens when one dies, who can say, since we're all alive? But of the billions of us that have been on this planet and no longer are on this planet, I think if there was some reason to think there was something else happening, we might have an inclination of that by now. Right? But don't let that stop your hopes and your dreams, right? We can all hope for something nice after life. But I would say think about it like this, right? Even if you do get an extra opportunity to live some kind of secondary life, you should still treat this life that you're living right now as wholly important, unique, and an opportunity to experience existence. And just because just based on that it's like a lucky opportunity to exist out of the billions. Let's just say out of the millions of your dad's sperm, you're just lucky enough to exist. That alone should be cause enough to enjoy the life that you've got now, right? Whether you get a second one or not. But what was I going to say? Look, yeah, so just like I'm not telling you to embrace total nihilism or fatalist kind of views, right? I really don't understand why people think, oh, if there's no God, then nothing matters. No, man. You're lucky to exist. Let's enjoy existing, okay? Let's finish our dinner before we worry about dessert. Someone can make an argument and say, in fact, the idea of wanting there to be an afterlife could be considered a sin based on the Bible as well, right? Because it would be greed, wouldn't it? The luxurious opportunity to exist once, right, is incredible. Yet you want more, right? It's understandable, right? The beautiful sensations of existing, right? The desires, the passions, the fun, even the sadness, right? Even the pain. Who wouldn't want a second plate of that? But just because you can make up a story where you get a second plate doesn't make the second plate guaranteed, right? So just eat what's on your plate now, I say. But it's up to you what you want to do. You can believe there's something after, or you could not. But I would say either way, whichever one you decide to do, just take this life seriously. Don't just think of it as a way station. I'd say that'd be a waste. Oh, he's cooked me. Yeah, I think I'm under-leveled for this fight. That's why I shouldn't be here yet. Most of this DLC has just been me poking around in the dark, just trying to get a feel for it. Yeah, I'm already dead. He is OP, boy. I'm not even sure if he's a required fight as well. Being that I got fire build, it doesn't really work well against a fire user, so that's why too. No, all of that is like, it's more like question begging what you're engaging in, right? Some might call it circular reasoning, right? Or circular thinking. You've already been sold on this concept of God, and you're using it as a pillar to explain your reality. But if we're being like fundamentally honest with each other, we haven't got enough evidence of that being a thing to build our understanding of reality from in the first place. Yes, you could perhaps a priori reason to an uncaused cause, but But an uncaused cause isn't synonymous with a God concept. All God concepts that we have access to in 2026 are the culmination of history, of evolutionary trajectory, right? Humans producing rudimentary gods into more complex gods, into more philosophical gods. So you're building your worldview off of that trajectory, but you know what's been there through that whole trajectory? You as a human and your cognitive faculties in the first place. Okay, so hopefully that don't go over your head. Love is a concept. It's associated with what's called a biochemical reaction in your body. So chemicals like oxytocin, norepinephrine, adrenaline, serotonin. But love is fundamentally conceptual, and it changes based on language and culture. Within love again is a concept. And inside of love there are various other concepts. Like agape, like a relational, like familial, like camaraderie, like sensual. These are all concepts that you fill up love with. But it itself isn't a unique existing subject, right, or substance. No, I'm definitely not wrong about this because I've researched it, right? Do you know, actually, it's not. I don't say that to say I can't be wrong. I'm just right in this case. Right. Across cultures, the only things that can be associated with that concept called love is the biochemical reaction. If you learn Mandarin, love doesn't have the same conceptual understanding. If you learn Arabic, love doesn't have the same conceptual understanding. If you learn Greek, love doesn't have the same conceptual understanding. If you learn East African or West African dialects, the concept of what it entails changes. The only thing that remains is the biochemical association, which I just explained is a bunch of chemical reactions in your body produced based on stimuli. But love as a thing onto itself is just a concept, and it changes culture to culture, person to person. You just haven't researched enough, right? But if you like Disney a lot, then maybe you could be Mickey Mouse one day. Maybe if you keep your fingers crossed. Or Aladdin, you know. I'll just play it. Yeah, so I don't have a reason to think the universe has a beginning like that, okay? I think you should take that one off the table, because your God concepts definitely don't have explanatory success when it comes to the universe. They don't even have sufficient explanatory power. Your view that God is responsible for the world comes from a Mesopotamian creationist myth, a tablet that was on the screen. Right. Now, of course, different cultures across the world have their various different creationist forms too, or ideas, but likely based on me being in the West and talking to mostly Jews, Christians and Muslims, your belief of how the universe comes about is literally something can come from nothing, and that's not really supportable. I know it's the typically twisted inversion of that Abrahamics walk around thinking. Atheists think something come from nothing, but no, it's a fundamental Abrahamic belief that something can come from nothing. Hence why you think God created everything from nothing. Okay, being that you don't even know what a God is, the mechanisms in which it uses to create stuff, or why it does what it does. Right? It's just it's childish, but again, it's understandable. It's primitive, right? So but it's fine if that's what you want to think. No, I'm not mixing up my facts, bro. I'll show you on the screen after this fight. Go and look into it for yourself. Right? You don't have to listen to me. You probably shouldn't be listening to your pastor, but it's up to you. There's a funny meme that I like, right? And there's two guys. One guy is standing on top of one book, right? And he's got his hands in the air like he's mastered everything. And there's another guy with like a hook shot, and he's thrown his hook and his rope up onto like a castle of books, right? the side that has the castle of the books is science, right? And the other side, with the guy standing on one book saying he's mastered everything, is religion. I love that meme. But yeah, you're not going to be able to... anyways, we'll get into it in a minute. I'll show you. But there's too much to know to ever think that your religion is going to solve all of these problems, or even begin to. Yeah, but it wouldn't be afterlife, would it, right? You'd just be unconscious, Menzi. I don't know if you've ever been unconscious before or like had an operation or anything, but it'd just be like going to sleep. Now, I can assume, but as I said, I'm alive, right? So how can I tell you what happens when you die? Being that you're alive, why the hell should I trust what you say about when I die, right? Like, this is like the scam that humans sell. Like, why don't you lend me 10 grand? No, don't worry. I'll pay you back in the afterlife. But if you don't see me in the afterlife, it's because you were bad. Then you won't get your 10 grand and you won't get the afterlife. But since we're here right now and I'm guaranteeing that there's an afterlife, you might as well lend me that 10 grand. Right? It's the same kind of scam that's happening to you, really. It's like you're being sold on something like a... What are those people in America, they're like that timeshare kind of thing. You're in one of those kind of Ponzi schemes. Like realistically, like religion is actually a Ponzi scheme when it's misused. But fundamental religions are about culture. So what's on the screen is called Creatio ex nihilo. It's Latin for creation out of nothing. It's the foundational Christian doctrine that God created the universe, including all matter, energy, and time and space, from absolute nothingness, rather than shaping pre-existing material. It is not only a fundamental Christian doctrine, it explains to the Abrahamics. So Christians get their view from the Jews. Jews get their views from the Mesopotamians. Okay? So yes, 'tis you who think something can come from nothing, hence why you don't have sufficient explanatory power for the universe or anything in it. Okay? Because you didn't study. You read one book and you thought you got it all, but you're wrong. Probably didn't even read that book. Alright, I think we should just go explore. This boss ain't going down. What difference does my opinion make? Look, I'd put it to you like this, right? If I was forced, me personally, I prefer to remain agnostic on how the universe comes about, right? Or put it this way, if there is a beginning to the universe at all. But if I was pushed, even though I've spent significant time looking into these things, right? If I was pushed to make a choice of what I personally think, or if I had to advise a younger person in a direction to look, I would say to them this, right? In this hand, you've got the ancient creationist myth. We'll get up on the screen. You've got the ancient creationist myth, which you know to be Genesis. God created the world in 7 days, and then he had a rest. Then he made animals, and he made humans and stuff. You got that story. And then you've got the thousands of years of human evolution, and in the recent centuries of scientific study that has what's called explanatory power. Now, if I was presented with the choices on which I'm going to take the current explanatory power entailing all of these fields of knowledge versus this ancient creationist myth story. That's my view. I'm not telling you what to think or what to believe, right? But if it was up to me, the direction I would point you in is the current explanatory power that science has, even if science isn't 100% correct. And to be fair, just calling it science is kind of a slap in the face. Because within the category of science, you've got various different fields of study. You've got biology, you've got astronomy, you've got physics, astrophysics, quantum physics, etc. I don't even know all of them. Right? I'm not a scientist, not a real doctor, right? Not a doctor at all, right? But just even categorizing it as, you just know science is just like it actually disrespects the hundreds of years of studying and progress that people have offered to humanity. So if I had to pick between the two, you ask me in my opinion, I'm going to take the current explanatory power over the creationist myth that was just on the screen, okay? If you speak to a theologian, if you get the opportunity to speak to a theologian, which you can on the internet nowadays, it's very easy to speak to people who are studying in college. Ask them, should I take the accounts of Genesis literally, or should I read them as metaphor and allegory? And see what they say to you, right? Currently, what we have on Earth, there is too much evidence to suggest Genesis shouldn't be taken literally. Okay? From the creation of the planet itself and the solar system to how life begins to form on the planet to eventually us, Genesis is not a literal account of that. Okay? So that's what I would say. You want to know the categories to start studying to get a better understanding of what the current explanatory power is. You want to start with one of the various models of the Big Bang. Why is there various models? Because they are competing theories on what a Big Bang is, right? On how it comes about. You've got your singularity, which I keep forgetting the name. It's like something Greek or Latin, right? Then you've got Big Bounce, Big Crunch, which is cyclic, also known as the ekpyrotic model. But there are various different models for the universe. And this isn't the beginning of all things. This is what's called our observable local universe. Okay, we have no idea what's actually out there. This is the problem with making certain claims about these things. From a theological point of view, you got way less chance of getting it right. From a scientific point of view, they don't make certain calls about these things. They say this is what we know now. What we might know could change. Okay. So, in terms of our local observable universe, you've got various Big Bang models to look at, right? How the planet forms is like very readily available information. How life on the planet forms, right? So you've got like the release of gases, etc., hit by asteroids, etc. So dust being pulled together via gravity, forming early Earth, hit by asteroids, etc., or comets with other chemicals on them. Earth releasing gases, etc. The appearance or the production of water, right? The life emerging from water. How would life emerge from water? What's called abiogenesis, okay? From abiogenesis, you get speciation. Speciation is the separating of different types of life forms from that singular cell into different things. From speciation, you move into evolution, okay? I know, evolution, a dirty word, but the more I think about it, me saying evolution to you is like poking a caveman with a stick. Or like showing him my phone, like, look, iPhone, right? It's like you have a primitive view on what not only atheism, but what evolution is, right? But yes, if I had to choose between, remember, like cosmology, astronomy, all these various different things, biology, these are everything that I just gave you like as an overview. Within them entails various schools of thoughts and different degrees of studying, right? Like, and literally different degrees, right? Like uni degrees, etc. Like decades and decades of studying, right? Each one of them, and just for me to be able to give you an overview, it took people hundreds of years just to get to the level where they could produce the mathematics, produce the tools, produce the formulas to understand these things, to conceptualize these things, for me to be able to say, yeah, Big Bang, abiogenesis, speciation, evolution, like, yeah, we take it for granted, but hundreds of, like, thousands of man hours have gone into studying these things, okay? So it's not to be taken as lightly as a creationist myth, right? With all due respect. But if, like you asked, I had to make a decision between which one I'm going to take, I'm going to take the current scientific explanatory power versus the ancient mythos, which is what becomes Genesis. Okay. What's on the screen is just a short explanation for what abiogenesis is. Okay. Abiogenesis is a scientific theory that life originated from non-living matter through natural chemical processes on early Earth, roughly 3.5 to 4 billion years ago. It proposes a gradual transition from simple inorganic molecules to complex self-replicating organic compounds, and eventually the first rudimentary life forms rather than single spontaneous event. So don't think of life coming out of just like a vacuum, right? Switch your cartoon brain off for a second. Okay, it didn't happen like that. But regardless, who cares, right? explaining how the universe comes about, explaining where life comes from, has nothing to do with the conversation, really. It's a cope from religious people as they can't find tangible evidence for their God existing, which is the main point of the conversation. Right? Humans invented God. That's just a theory. No, this ain't your uncle's conspiracy theories, bro. This ain't flat Earth type of theory. Okay, it's just called a scientific theory. What is a scientific theory? A scientific theory is a well-substantiated, comprehensive explanation of the natural world built upon a body of facts, tested hypotheses, and laws consistently verified through observation and experimentation. This isn't your uncle's theories, right? This isn't some urban legend you heard on the playground, okay? It is not a guess, but a reliable framework that explains why and how phenomena occur, such as the theories of evolution, gravity, and relativity. Okay. This ain't your uncle, cuz. This ain't your dad and them having a beer and a spliff. This ain't that. Okay, this is, as I just said, alright? Thousands of man hours gone into studies and degrees and lab time and, you know, work. This ain't a fucking game. Okay, so it's just a theory. I have theories. No, you don't fucking have theories. You barely have thoughts, to be honest. You think your thoughts are God speaking to you? Just realize what it's like to experience a thought. Yeah. Is the source incorrect? Is the source incorrect? All right. Is the source incorrect about the information? Anyway, right. As believers like to do, we're digressing. So let's get back to the main point. Humans invented God. Right? When I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim. I feel it has explanatory success because we've got the how, the why, the when, and the where. You can cry about how you think the universe came about, how you think humans came about. I would say save that for the lab. Go and study. Do a research degree. Like, get a PhD in something, right? You actually want to prove that. But in terms of God talk, that's what the conversation actually is. Right? And the invention of God is supportable through archaeology, anthropology, and cognitive science. That's the how, the why, the when, and the where. So, I'll say it again. Humans invented God. It's called an explanatory claim. And I feel it has explanatory success because of the evidence that supports us creating it. If you want to know what my personal position is on the matter, is this. Listen closely. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it is functionally non-existent, and it likely requires somebody devising the concept of God and imparting it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself must devise the concept of God in order to interact with it. Alright? So, all of the jargon, all of the theorizing, if you will, or the hypothesizing to the side, if you had to explain this simply to a child, it's like this. Throughout human history, there's never been one universal idea of God. Me and you could be in the same religion, claim to believe in the same God, but in our minds, we assign and attribute different events to that God. No one in human history has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the God of another land. Ancient Britons did not go out onto the British Isles and discover Yahweh from the Levant, neither Ra from Northern Africa, neither Zeus from Greece. They devise gods for their cultural needs, right? That's why they're called cultural inventions. What kind of gods did they devise on the British Islands? Well, you've got one specific one called Brigid, which is a goddess of poetry, smithing, and healing. Highly specific to the lands which she's from. Okay, so for a child, humans do not discover gods, they invent gods. Okay, no one in human history has ever discovered the God of another land on their land, yet alone discovered a God at all on their land. So where was we anyways? I wanted to get into this part of the map. Tree worship passage. Yes, there's no doubt metaphysical things are completely conceptual. There's no doubt, right? But there's a reason you have to put God in a metaphysical category in the first place. So he never actually occupied our physical material reality at any point, all right? So, again, now that we're here, you're starting to think with some sense about you, right? I want you to explain to me the mechanisms in which an immaterial spirit produces a physical material reality, right? Now we're here. Oh my god. Bro, when's the last time you were in school, user? I actually don't even answer that, bro. You might even still be in school right now. It's like, fucking a teaching you guys. You guys got think pads in, had a 40-year-old life. Who denies all a man's desires, bro? Like, you obviously don't know about asceticism, bro. You don't know about virtues. Like, you just... I'm being rude, right? I apologize. I don't know what you actually know, but you're not thinking if you say something silly like that, okay? Why do people decide to suppress their desires, right? Or restrict or practice what's called restrictive codes? It's because it's seen as virtuous. That means it adds something to their character, or they have something to gain from it. You know, that's why people do it. If we're talking about what the religion, the text says, right? Practicing an ascetic life, which is kind of a monk's life in simple terms, right? It was done before the religion was codified. And again, like I said, it's done for virtue and to gain things. Right? If it's in a religion where you're finding these ideas of asceticism, then it's pretty fair to say that these ideas of asceticism come from humans, okay? Just as whatever is written in the religious text comes from humans. I know, it's very difficult for guys in 2026 to interact with a human that's actually able to think for themselves. They automatically think I'm AI. That's the world we're living in, bro. I'm the largest language model you've interacted with in your entire life by this sound. Anyways, right. But yeah, that's a very bad argument, right? Religion pertains to humans and human cultures. In terms of your God actually existing, religion isn't actually a good, stable place to start from. God concepts actually predate religions by tens of thousands of years. In fact, right, let's have a look at some artifacts just for the funsies. I'm going to show you something cool that you should Google. When was the last time you guys went to a museum? Museums are dying, bro. Well, to be fair, museums kind of should die off, considering the unethical ways that they've sourced most of their stuff. But for the things that are sourced ethically, they should definitely stick around, or at least put the stuff in the countries that, you know, they're relevant countries, so people can look at them there. But yeah, man, let's look at some artifacts. I'll show you something cool. At least it's cool to me. Where are you? I think we are going to have to fight Mesmer after all, by the looks of it. So earlier on we looked at the Epic of Gilgamesh tablet, we looked at the Creationist tablet, we looked at the Ark tablet, but now I want to show you something that's far older than all of those things. Okay, on the screen is a reconstruction of what's called the Lion Man figurine. It was discovered in Germanic mountains, right? And it's thought to be between 35,000 to 40,000 BCE. So it's also thought to be what's called like a spiritual, or have spiritual connotations. Yeah, it's a reconstruction because they found it in pieces. They had to glue it together. It's 35,000 to 40,000 years old, bro. It's quite old. I can show you the broken like the broken bits of it, but it's not very nice to look at. I'll tell you that much. But this is what it looks like when it's put together. Here's a different picture for the skeptic. It's a bit crustier in that picture, isn't it? So yeah, I think you'd prefer like the HD version. Anyway, so that is thought to be or have spiritual connotations, right? So the types of human that produce that may not necessarily be the same type of human that we are today. Maybe not necessarily, okay? 35,000 to 40,000 years ago, right? They could be, right? Who's to say? Well, yeah, they would be more Homo sapien than anything else at that time period. But anyways, right, that's how long people have been coming up with things that pertain to God concepts. But Why it might take that form of a Lion Man figurine is because one of the oldest conceptual frameworks for what gods are is animism. Animism is spirits that inhabit nature. So it can be the spirit of your ancestors, the spirit of a tree, a spirit of an animal, okay? Like, so it would make sense why 40,000 years ago, some group of humans thought, you know what, maybe the spirit of a lion belongs on a man's figurine, like on the figurine of a man for some reason. But that being said, God concepts are really old, right? We've got more recent ones. I think the oldest ones are Mesopotamia. Then the second oldest are Egypt, right? So there's some Egypt ones for you. Right? But see, oh yeah, some Göbekli Tepe, some Göbekli Tepe. However they say that. Let's get you some Mesopotamians. This one is dodge. I'm not even 100% sure about this one, you know. I'm not 100% sure about this one, but it's just an interesting one to look at. It's a bit Billy Carson. It's a bit. I'm not sure about that one. But this one's very bait. Probably seen this before. You've also probably seen the ones like they look like griffins. They have men's heads, but like winged lion bodies. Right? But yeah, like gods and god concepts are tens of thousands of years older than religions themselves, as you know them today. Religions are fairly recent in human history, you know. So I wouldn't lean. Yeah, I know, user. That's why I was making a joke about it, right? But yeah, I'm not like, to me personally, I'm not into all that. I find all of that shit to be conspiracy theories, all this Anunnaki alien shit. I think it's nonsense conspiracy theory. Guys smoking too much weed, getting exploited on the internet. That's what I think. Right? Alex Jones type shit. But what I was just showing you more pertains to things you'll actually find in official articles like British Museum websites, and even sometimes on their sites in the actual buildings themselves. They're called Smithsonian, so across the world. But yeah, all that Anunnaki alien shit, it's a mess. But make no mistake, the Mesopotamians absolutely existed. Absolutely one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. Produced the Sumerians, and the Sumerians produced Sumerians are like the culture or the religion. Produced the gods that are formed in the Levant, right? The gods that lay the foundation for the God of the Bible. Look at this loser. Anywho, sorry. Back to the main topic. Humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs that do not exist independently of the mind. If you think your God actually does exist, feel free to present some evidence for that being the case. I'm pretty certain, up to this point, we've never had any evidence of gods existing as independent entities. What is an independent entity? It's something that exists outside of your mind. It would exist without you existing. Ooh. Skidoo avatar. Does it burn? Everything burns. Oh, it burns! It burns quick! I've never beat any DLC boss that quick. It's not really dead, is it? This might be a gimmick boss. That's got to be a gimmick. Yeah, I knew it. That was way too easy. Huh. It's actually quite sad that you guys' parents aren't teaching you. You're out here telling the world that something can come from nothing. It's quite sad. There's no excuse to be thinking that way in 2026. Ooh, what happened there? Cancelled. This kind of makes me want to play Bloodborne for some reason. Getting nostalgic. From an explosion. How sad. I love that, man. Religious people always projecting their simple-minded views onto everyone else. And that's not all religious people, of course. There are plenty of religious people or believers in God who accept the Big Bang, who accept abiogenesis even, right? So, yeah. But the more simple ones, they're just simpletons. They love a good show of ignorance. So it's actually funny, bro. It's when I'm not on the internet, I'm so quiet. So there's really nothing to be said to most people. But when I come on the internet, you get the crazies. Who I would never say the sun is supernatural, surely. Wait, where are we? Bro, the sun is natural. How is it supernatural? Do you know what natural means, bro? So is this the real tree or the fake one? He seems tougher than the other one. Ah, I'm caught in the animation. Oh, that's pretty strong. What about Judaism? Judaism is the big daddy of Christianity and Islam. So, of course. We've got an L fan in the chat. Magic is just magic, bro. Saying God created the world is magic. Blessings and curses found in the Bible is magic. Don't need to do any ritual for magic. Parting the sea is magic. Putting life in a virgin is magic. Being fully God and being fully man is magic. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about here? Talking donkeys and talking snakes is magic. Splitting the moon is magic. Sure. Yonat, right? Explain yourself. Explain yourself, you simpleton. He's all possibilities. Which one has he actualized then? Oh my gosh. Christians be like, which one has he actualized then? Explain it to us, right? Since you've got such a advanced understanding that you feel you could tell people to shut the fuck up. Which one of the possibilities has God actualized? And yet here we are still talking. Oh my gosh. Man are telling me about their fantasies, you know. Well, I want him to be all possibilities. Do you know, you can't define something into existence. You realize that? You realize that, right? Well, I want him to be. That's what I say God is. Alright, so how do we falsify that? You're not. How do we falsify that God is all possibilities? But I want it. Tell us, right? Like, just restate the claim. Tell us exactly how. Anyways, All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It's likely it requires somebody to devise a concept of God and impart it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself have to devise a concept in order to interact with it. Throughout the history of humanity, we have never found any evidence that gods exist as independent agents or entity capable of having any meaningful effect on our physical reality. If you had to explain all of that jargon in simple terms to a child, no human in human history has ever had any experience of discovering a god of another land on their land. Why is that? Because there's never been a universal god concept in the first place. Every type of god concept has been developed by humans. Never been evidence of a god existing. Maybe that was too advanced for a child, to be fair. Should we break it down a little bit simpler? God doesn't exist, kiddo. We made it up. But it's not that we just made it up because we was being horrible. We made it up because we needed a way to explain things we didn't currently understand, or we didn't understand at that time. Ooh. So he scaled. I'm dead. Oh, risked it. What's up, brain fog? Nah, I don't think I have. It's a possibility, but it doesn't sound familiar to me. Ah, that sounds like a projection. Yo, how comes the wolf blew down the pig's house, bro? Like, what kind of stupid question is that? It's not something that's my responsibility to even engage with. It sounds like a silly claim. It's on you to provide proof of that actually happening. What are we doing here? Yo, how comes Red Riding Hood had a red hood? It's like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? All I'm saying is a lot of projection, you know. You failed to answer what I asked you already. So it's just a cope. What's called a red herring. Trying to distract from the fact that you couldn't support your claim that God is all possibilities. Which is obvious, you can't. Can't even begin to. You just heard that shit somewhere, you thought it sounded good. Bro, God is a child of humanity. Humans invented God. Every God concept you've ever heard of. In fact, humans wrote that very thing that you've just quoted to me, Nikolai, right? How did you get it? Yonat can't track, like there's different conversations happening. Yonat, top dollar scholar right there. Doesn't matter which version of God you're talking about. When I say God, I'm using it as a category definer for, let's say, deities or supernatural entities. Right? So I take gods to be any type within the configuration of monotheism, polytheism, henotheism, deism, dualism, animism, pantheism, panentheism. I take gods to be any that fall within those frameworks, right? Not just one type. I'm talking about all gods. So when I say God, I'm talking about all gods. But when I'm talking to Christians, we're talking about the God of the Bible. When I'm talking to Muslims, we're talking about Allah. When I'm talking to Nordic pagans, I'm talking about Thor and Odin. When I talk to Greeks, I'm talking about Zeus. When I talk to Hindus, I'm talking about Shiva and Krishna. When I talk to, what are they called? Like Kemet guys, I'm talking about Horus and Ra. Right? I'm talking about gods, plural, all God concepts. Listen closely. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination, or faith in order to interact with it, it's functionally non-existent. It's likely it requires somebody to devise that concept of God and impart it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself have to devise that concept of God in order to interact with it. Okay, I'm talking about all gods, right? From philosophical gods to biblical gods. But you, unable to track, came in throwing insults and don't even know what the conversation is or where you stand in it. Right? So stay where you are. Oh, bro. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your apophenia. I appreciate that. But is that progressing the conversation? Have you supported your claim yet that God is all possibilities? No, you haven't, right? Just running away from the fact that you just came in chatting rubbish as if you know. Right, well, say it again. State it, right? How can we falsify that? How can we know it to be true? How can we test it? Right? Give us the exact understanding of how you came about that information. Yes, I feel today maybe I'm going to say God is energy. Maybe later tonight God will be water. And perhaps in the morning God will be a spirit. And by eve of that day he should be a man. And on the night of the 4th week in July he should be a spirit again. All because I feel he should be, right? Nothing more. Just because I feel like he should be. And I can define him as that. So as long as I define him as that, that's what he is, right? According to your logic, right? As long as I define him as that, that's what he is. I'm in your lane, Simon. I'm at your house. I'm in your brain. I'm in your pocket, and I'm gonna be with you for the rest of this day. You stepped in it. You should have kept your opinion to yourself. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination or faith to interact with, it is functionally non-existent. Likely requires somebody to devise a concept of it in order for you to interact with it. Alright. Just go back to why we're talking about this. So when I say humans invented God, you're asking me questions instead of supporting your claim. You're a loser, bro. You're a lowbrow. You're an uncultured swine. You loser. Anyways, enough of the loser shit, right? When I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim, right? I feel it has explanatory success because it's supportable. How do we support it? Through archaeology, through anthropology, and through cognitive science. Right? So, what does that give us? That gives us the how, the why, the when, and the where. Okay? And in terms of predictive power, it has plenty, because it will explain all future God concepts that we come across without having to posit the existence of a supernatural entity in any form. Okay. Now, am I saying it's impossible for supernatural entities to exist? No, I am not. I'm simply saying gods, as we know them, in any shape and any form you've ever heard about, came exclusively from the mind of a human for 3 specific reasons. 1, assigning agency to things they didn't understand. How? How did they do it? Why did they do it? Well, there's a cognitive theory called hypersensitive or hyperactive agency detection device. It's still found in us to this day, but it was prominently used by our ancestors. And how did they use it? They used it to deify observations in nature. So that'd be elemental things like lightning and water, and celestial things like the sun, the moon, and other planets, etc. The second reason is for psychological needs or psychological comfort. How did they do it? By using the capability of abstraction and conceptualizing. So when we start to develop abstract gods like love, war, knowledge, or creation and death, magic. Okay. Third phase and reason of God creation is for societal cohesion, at the point where we go beyond hunting and gathering into agriculture and polis. Right? Polis is like a Greek word for city or civilization. Right? As we're moving into civilizations, we start to stack these 3 phases. Phase 1, assigning agency to things. Phase 2, abstraction or abstract ideas. And phase 3 becomes anthropomorphic. This is where you start to see anthropomorphic hierarchical gods spring up across the main civilizations. What are the main civilizations at that point? Where we reach phase 3. Ancient Mesopotamia, Northern Africa, Egypt, Indus Valley, modern day India, Far East Asia. Okay, Europe is the last on the civilization scale. But within Europe, before we reach that point, we'll get a list up and show you how this maps across history. If you want to see the screenshots and the explanations, you need to come over to Culture Crack on the YouTube channel, or you need to go to Set West 10 on TikTok. Right, so 3 main phases of God creation. Phase 1, assigning agency to things. Phase 2, abstraction for psychological needs. Phase 3, societal cohesion. At phase 3, we stack our God concepts together and they become anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic means they take on human nature, human features, essentially. On your screen is not even close to an exhaustive list of gods found in different regions of the world at different periods of time. Why am I showing you this list? I'm going to explain it to you with a visual aid. So, ancient Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, they got a god called Enlil. How do we know who these gods are? Through archaeology and anthropology. Archaeology is the study of artifacts found in the ground. That's pottery, that's scripture, that's textiles, that's clay tablets, etc. Right? Anthropology is the study of humans and human history and culture. Right? So we find out the names and the roles these gods play through anthropology and archaeology. That's how we know some of these gods existed. So, Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, they had a god called Enlil. It's the god of wind, air and storms. The culture that produced that is called Sumerian, or Sumerian. What category or phase does god of wind, air and storms fit into? Phase 1, assigning agency to things. Right? I'm going to give you an explainer for what hypersensitive or hyperactive agency detection device is in a minute. I should have done it first, but gameplay and all that. Phase 1, right? So Mesopotamia, Enlil, god of wind, air and storms, fits into phase 1, assigning agency to an elemental feature. Egypt, Northern Africa, Ra, a sun god, right? That's assigning agency to a celestial body, the sun. Okay, creator, that's phase 2. That's an abstract thing. Creation can be expressed, but on its own, it's not a tangible entity. It's not a thing like that, right? It's not an item. It's not found in nature. It's observed conceptually. It's conceptualized. So they're stacking agency and abstraction. Ra is also anthropomorphic, but we'll save that for the next one. Right? Greece, Europe, Zeus, king of the gods, sky and thunder. Well, what does it mean to be a king? A king is directly anthropomorphic, as being a king pertains to monarchy, which is a societal organization structure. Okay, monarchy produces kings and queens. Okay, humans produce kings and queens, and when we develop ideas of gods, we put our anthropomorphic features onto them. Having a mind, that mind being intelligent, having the capacity to create, being able to express love and anger are all anthropomorphic features. They're human features we put onto our gods. Just like the God of the Bible, King of Kings. Right? So, we're on Greece now, right? So, King of Gods, right? That's phase 3, societal cohesion, directly mirroring human nature. Why do we develop gods for societal cohesion? As I said, we was coming out of hunting and gathering into agriculture. So we're setting up polis and cities. This is done to give you proto-religions and temples to organize sections of society and mobilize people under ideology. Within ancient Greece, there are various temples, various cults. Within ancient Egypt, various temples, various cults. Within the Levant, various temples, various cults. It organizes people. It brings people together. Okay. It also gives people a place to focus energy into in terms of deifying or, creating a object to a concept. If you had to, for someone that's unable to engage with metaphor or allegory or like a bit more nuanced level conceptualizing, right, or conceptualization, for people like that, they need a visual aid in some regards. So you get statues, you get temples, etc. So you don't have to break down the metaphysical or the philosophical concept to them. You just say, look, this statue represents this thing. Go to this statue when you need help with this thing. Make this offering when you need. These traditions are found through anthropology and they're still found in religion today. Okay. all God creations are evolutionary. Right? To get to the God that people subscribe to today, which is called the 3O God, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, we must go through this trajectory of God creation, philosophically and theologically. So, what was I explaining? The 3 phases of God creation. Assigning agency to things, abstraction for psychological needs, then societal cohesion, anthropomorphizing. Okay. Norse, Scandinavia, Odin, god of wisdom, war, death and magic. Completely abstract. Odin is also anthropomorphic. Underneath him, he's what's called the All-Father. Underneath him are various other godheads. Right? So, as you can see, the invention of gods tracks to human evolution. We've got the how, we've got the why, and in some cases we've got the when and the where. Okay? Gods, as we understand them, are thousands of years older than religions as you may be subscribing to for your view of God. But in order to arrive at a religion beyond proto-religions and stuff like that, all of this must necessarily take place. Right? So I'll explain the how for the first phase of God creation. Again, you can go look into this for yourself. I don't intend to give you too much of a deep dive. It's just something for you to look at in your own time, right? On the screen again is a short explanation of what I was describing when I said had. So, a hyperactive agency detection device, or HAD, is a cognitive theory suggesting humans have an evolved, built-in tendency to quickly attribute events and movements to intentional agents. People, spirits, gods, like ghosts and stuff. It's done to enhance survival, even when none of these entities exist. It acts like a mental smoke detector for threats, which explains beliefs in the supernatural and feelings of being watched. Right? This is something that we still possess to this day. You hear something go bump in the night while you're in bed, you associate it with a human or an animal or a ghost. Right? Before you've investigated it, the sensory input, psychologically, you assign an agent, you assign its agency. Right? Based on the sound, that's sensory input, okay, or the sight, which an example of lightning, right? Or or the an earthquake, etc. Okay, so that's what hyperactive agency detection device explains, right? That built-in thing that humans, that tendency we have to assign agency to things. Why do we do it? Because it buttresses chances of survival evolutionarily. An example of this is me and you are out hunting, right? Or our ancestors are out hunting. One of us, well, we're not even hunting. Let's say we're gathering, right? We're gathering berries, right? We're soft boys, soft life, right? We're gathering berries, right? One of us sees and hears a bush rustle, right? And they immediately assign agency to that bush rustling, the event. They're saying either that bush is alive or something is in that bush. I'm gone. Gone, dust. Nowhere to be found. The other one of us doesn't do that, right? We don't conceptualize that the bush is making noise and it's probably not the wind. Therefore, it's more likely that the one of us that stays behind will die to whatever predator is inside of that bush, right? That's why hyperactive agency detection device works the way it does, because it's there to ensure survival. Whether the actual bush has anything in it or not. Now, this isn't simply just saying, yeah, you're prag, like you're just like, you're anxiety ridden, you're scared of everything. No, it's done for survival reasons. Your body releases chemicals and hormones that puts you into fight or flight or freeze, right? Anyways, so that's just one type of example of had. Another type of example of had is our ancestors experiencing lightning or a thunderstorm for the first time, which is quite coherent in terms of our god concepts. We've got lots of gods of thunder, lots of gods of lightning, lots of sky gods. We're talking about awe-inducing things. Look how large the sky is. Look how loud thunder is. Look how powerful lightning is, right? These are awe-inducing things in humans. So our early ancestors would have experienced something me and you today know to be lightning. And they would have said, I have a mind, but not so explicitly, right? They would have gone through this like probably in an instant, right? I have a mind, but I don't understand that lightning, right? Therefore, the lightning has the capacity to act on its own as its own entity, or there is a mind greater than mine that is responsible for the lightning, All right. And over time, through their tribes, through their culture, the event of seeing that lightning destroy a tree or burst the ground into flames becomes deified through lore, Lore, story. Why would they turn it into story? Because it helps buttress chances of survival. When X happens, look out for Y, all right? Vice versa kind of thing, okay? And over time, it becomes deified. So back to the explanation of how that some of the ways early gods are produced. Early gods are purely based on observation, interacting with sensory data, celestial bodies and earth, okay? So hyperactive agency detection device is coined by a guy called Justin Barrett. Had posits that a false positive, seeing an agent where there isn't one, was safer in ancestral environments than a false negative, missing a real threat. That's like what I just explained to you with the bush. This hypersensitivity leads to anthropomorphizing. Anthropomorphizing, again, just means giving something human features. Do you remember, like, I don't know, in the early 2000s, there was a Tom Hanks movie where he was stranded and he had a beach ball. And he like gave the beach ball a face, put hair on it and shit, right? Think about anthropomorphizing like that. He turned the ball into a person. But in stories, we do it a little bit more subtle, okay? So this hypersensitivity leads to anthropomorphizing, seeing purpose in randomness, and forms the foundation for religious beliefs. Seeing purpose in randomness can also be associated with something called apophenia. So when people take various different things that are not connected and they join it together. It can be done for like psychological needs to give certainty to things, but it can also be a sign of mental illness, right? I'll get you an explanation of what apophenia is. There's a guy called I've forgotten his name. Bloody hell. Oh, I've forgotten his name. But he does lectures on the psychology of religions, right? Robert Sapolsky, right? And in one of his lectures, he breaks down the psychology behind shamans and prophets, right? And is very closely tied to mental health. But it's not just mental health, right? You could evolutionarily say it's a gene that is selected for in groups of people up to a certain number, that one of this group will have this genetic, or let's say this neurodivergence, that allows for these kinds of views on happenings. But anyways, apophenia is the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, connections or significance in random, unrelated data or coincidences. Again, it helps support these supernatural, spiritual or religious beliefs, okay? But it can also, like I said, be a sign of mental illness. So you've got to be careful with it. Apophenia is a human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, connections or significance in random, unrelated data or coincidences. It was coined by a man called Klaus Conrad in 1958. It's a common cognitive experience often called patternicity, right? Ranging from seeing faces in clouds, pareidolia, which is an interesting thing. There's a video on my TikTok about that, to superstitions or conspiracy theories. While often normal, extreme forms can indicate psychosis, like I was just saying to you, right? So within hyperactive agency detection device, this plays an element into it. Feelings of being watched, right? Feelings of randomness connecting into something meaningful. This is something cognitively found in us today, and it was found in our ancestors of the past, and it's the foundation for God concepts and religious beliefs. So back to the beginning of what I was talking about. Humans invented God. It's called an explanatory claim. It's supportable with the how, the why, and sometimes the when and the where. Right? What's up, Carp? How you doing, bro? So, if you've missed all of what was just on the screen, you need to go to the Culture Crack channel, or you need to go to Set West 10 on TikTok. So I would say if your God requires belief, then it's just functionally non-existent. It's just something that's happening in your brain alone. Right? There's no way for you to demonstrate it externally to your mind. If I was to say to you, hey, what I need you to do is just believe really hard that you've got a flying carpet, and every time you enter your house or you leave your house, you can fly away on that carpet. What would that actually represent to you in reality? I would just literally be asking you to believe something that you could never demonstrate to be true. You could choose to believe it, but in terms of the practicality or the usefulness of that belief, it's neither here nor there, right? So in terms of you just believing stuff, it doesn't mean it exists, right? In the same way, you're not made the mistake earlier on of defining something. Doesn't mean it exists because you define it as that, right? So it's up to you what you want to do inside of your own playground of your mind, right? But in terms of our shared reality, belief and faith are not very useful in this one, right? Don't get me wrong, like linguistically, if you will, beliefs and faiths are necessary for reasoning, which is like, this pertains to cognitive functions basically. So yeah, certain piece of information you have to hold as beliefs and faith, but not in the same capacity of religion. Religious belief is to accept without proof. Reasoning is not necessarily the same thing. So I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know, right? To be honest with you, right, it's more likely that in the next however many thousands of years, if not already, we'll see a flying carpet than an immaterial supernatural entity. So I don't know if that's more believable. In fact, what if you was to show someone 200 years ago the flying drone, the drones that you can stand on, like the Green Goblin thing, and just put a piece of carpet on it? What would they say? Shit, what if you used to show them a plane? As the saying goes, any sufficiently advanced piece of technology is indistinguishable from magic, right, to the unlearned, basically. So I wouldn't think a flying carpet is less believable than a god. If anything, it's closer to a reality. There's materials that, like, in terms of probability, there's lots of things there that are accounted for already, which would bring it more likely, make it more likely to exist than not. So but yeah, the flying carpet was just a silly example, just to show you that, you know, you can believe whatever the hell you want. But yeah, if you're going to compare the two stupid ideas, the carpet is the lesser of the two. I wonder what it's going to take to beat this guy. Maybe you can't beat him. You need an item or something. He seems like a gimmick boss. I'm dead. Oh, I actually got him this time. Michaela's Great Rune. What am I going to do with that? So we hit another dead end. Oh, no, look. Yeah, we invented the language of mathematics for sure. Right. In fact, we've invented different types of mathematics that are now, like, not extinct, but just not used anymore. Philosophically, yeah, you can argue if maths is discovered or invented, but there's no argument that the language that we use to describe mathematics is absolutely an invention. Thanks for the rose. I'm just grab a coffee quickly. So what are we saying? People starting to wake up now. I know we've been on early today. So, well, late for the Americans, early for the English. We don't need to be able to create anything in order to create gods. Gods are completely psychological. We don't have to physically create anything in order to create gods. You're just using God as a sock puppet for explanatory power, and it doesn't even have that kind of explanatory power. You're just like, you're thinking very simply, like simplistic, right? Any number of things could be the reason, or any number of things could be the cause of why reality is the way it is. But in terms of what gods are, they are undoubtedly produced by humans. You know, it's God creations track 1-to-1 with human evolution. As we developed cognitively and societally, so did our God concepts, and they're likely to continue to develop. Right? If you listen to some kids that study religious philosophy of religion and the views that they have now, or people like Graham Oppy, the ideas philosophically surrounding gods, and even from some like apologists, have definitely advanced in the last century. So in the next century or so, the idea of what God will be could be different again, which again speaks to it being a product of humans in the first place. We've always tried to explain reality and humanity through our God creations. Never once has a God had more information about our natural world than the humans that produced it. Not one time. I would ask you to think, go look for yourself. Never once. All those things that you're arguing for are subjective things. Right? In terms of me saying humans invented God, that's what's called an explanatory claim. It's supportable through archaeology, anthropology, cognitive science. The how, the why, and in some cases the when and the where is all accounted for. Predictive power of God concepts and God beliefs, all accounted for. Right? So on your end, you've got quite a hefty burden to support the actual existence of some kind of supernatural entity. On my end, it's explained. It's put to bed. Right? So, as always, the burden of proof would be on you if you're positing this entity or agent actually exists in some meaningful capacity. It's on you to demonstrate that. If you're like this group or Yonat saying God is all possibilities, how does one falsify that, right? How does one test to see if that even stands up? It's akin to saying God is everything and nothing at the same time. It's what's called a... Anyways, let's not go too deep into Filbro language. Keep it simple and sweet. Humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs, do not exist independently of the mind. No, it can't. It's not beyond you, bro. It's like when people say, "Yeah, God is incomprehensible." Bullshit. If we devise the concept of God, think like I like to explain it like this, right? Try to hold the view of an orange in your mind. You know what an orange is? It's like it's a saturated concept, right? I keep forgetting what the right word is, right? But it's a saturated thing. It's an object. It has primary and secondary characteristics. You can hold an image of an orange in your mind, right? The taste of it, the size of it, the texture of it, the smell of it, the color of it, the hues, the various blotches on it, and etc. You know, the seeds, everything. You can context. You have context to what an orange is, right? So you can hold the image in your mind. Now, if I ask you to remove the characteristics of an orange, take away its texture, take away its taste, take away its smell, take away its color, all of the attributes that I just told you an orange has, right? Now all you're left with is an empty conceptual container for what an orange is in the real world. God functions even less than that orange. God is the empty container from the beginning. It must be filled with concepts in order to be anything meaningful in the first place. So it starts as an empty container. Then you have to assign and attribute things to it, you know, like omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, loving, hating, creating, intelligence, a mind. You have to assign all of these conceptual things or assets to it for it to exist in any meaningful capacity anyway, right? So to say God is incomprehensible would be stupid, because we came up with the container, then we came up with the concepts that fill said container. Yet we don't find it to be a saturated object or a saturated concept in our reality. It only exists where we exist in our minds. All right, so it's like, come on, bro. There's no reason to think God is incomprehensible. For instance, you don't have to be able to experience omniscience to have an understanding of what it is. for it to be comprehensible. You do not need to be able to experience it, right? So that's that's a lazy view and a kind of a Mystian type of view. Oh, like I'm too engaged to the mystery, right? Instead of actually looking at what I'm saying. That's what you're doing. So back to the baseline. Humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs, do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It requires somebody devising a concept of God and imparting it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself have to devise a concept of God in order to interact with it. Throughout human history, there's never been one universal idea of what a God is. Culture to culture, conceptual framework to conceptual framework, e.g. monotheism, polytheism, henotheism, dualism, animism, deism, pantheism, panentheism. There has never been one universal concept of what a God is, and no human in human history has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the God of another land put together in some other conceptual framework. All God concepts are transmitted wholly by humans. Right? We mix and match ideas like, oh, I'll take that bit from pantheism and add it over here into monotheism. Or I'll take that bit from henotheism and add it over here to animism, vice versa. They don't exist independently of us. Right? And they track with our evolutionary progress. So you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe, but it's in terms of demonstrating it to be true, as always, the work is cut out. Well, yeah, so I've heard animism is the oldest. But again, even the conceptual frameworks I've looked at, they're not even exhaustive. There are newer ones that have come out since those, and there are probably older ones that have been lost that predate those. They're completely human dependent. And now again, I'm not saying it's necessary for God to be a physical entity at all. But if it was, it'd make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? But the fact that you can posit it's an immaterial spirit in the first place and not be able to explain what an immaterial spirit is in any tangible, meaningful way points directly to it being humans under every nook and cranny that we look for God. So it's like, yeah, what are you going to do? But accept what I'm telling you. The game I'm playing is Elden Ring. Well, the game I was trying to play. Oh wait, let's see. How much points we carrying? Ooh. We're gonna have to mine some points, round them up, or maybe we use some items quickly. Now I'm wondering if there's a duplication glitch that we could have used. That's too bad. Anyways. Give me a reason to think my body was designed by an intelligent agent. Again, it's that same old watchmaker habit of thought thing. Like your only frame of reference for things being designed and created is humans. Yes, animals do create nests and stuff, and even tools to an extent, but they're mostly moving things around in their environment. The only things that, as far as I know, conceptualized and bring them into fruition, if that's the right way to pronounce it, is humans. So based on the fact that we produce gods, we give gods our attributes, creation being one of them. No, my anatomy does not point to an intelligent designer, bro. My anatomy, if anything, points to evolution, right? Survival out of necessity. Literally, right? Even my own personal physical body, as I've aged, as I've trained, I've made it adapt in certain ways, and it's adapted to my environment in certain ways. There's nothing about me that entails that I need an intelligent designer. The only thing about me that entails I need some support is my parents producing my body. So I don't know about that. Now, is it impossible? No, it's not impossible that something could have created humans, but there's no evidence for it. That's the problem. What do I want to do? Let's see. Exactly, Rossi. There are thousands, and of the thousands, they're all from human minds. There's never been one that's like, actually, it's me. You guys been looking for. Hey, it's me. Like, I'm the guy who did it. That's never happened. They claim it happened, but that pertains more to religion than anything. As I say before, if you want to actually set about convincing a skeptic of your God actually existing, there's two ways you can go about it. I'll explain it like this first. To be a believer is to be in a catch-22. The more you say God exists and he does this and he doesn't do that, put it this way, the more you define God, the less likely it is to exist based on the attributes you assign to it. What would be expected of those attributes that you said it has? The less you define God is the more synonymous it is with non-existence, okay? So if you wanted to convince a skeptic of your God existing, regardless of the spectrum that you fall on, right, whether you're completely like biblical, monotheistic, or you're philosophical, pantheistic, right, regardless of where you fall in that spectrum, there's two ways you can go about it. On the more biblical side, or the religious side, you've got a hyper-specific God. He functions in specific ways according to your religions. That means he's omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent. He sometimes comes down as a man or has a child, right? He interacts or intervenes in the lives of humans. He listens to prayers. He does magical miracles. So very hyper-specific, right? For that type of God, I would want some empirical evidence, because you're saying it interacts with our physical material reality. Here are just not like exhaustive at all, just off the top of the head. Here are some criteria that empirical evidence needs to meet. It needs to transcend religions. It needs to transcend cultures. That means not just exclusive to this religion and this people who speak this language, like God's favorite people from 3,000 years ago, that kind of stuff. Not going to cut the mustard, right? It needs to transcend cultures and transcend religions. It needs to be testable, right? That means data needs to be able to be collected from it, measurable. It needs to be mind independent. That means it needs to be able to occur outside of your mind and no one need observe it directly or experience it directly for it to be proven, right? Well, the way I said that is a bit wonky, right? When I say it needs to be mind independent, it just can't happen exclusively in your mind, right? It needs to defeat all competing hypotheses. That means if you're claiming it's a miracle and someone comes along with a naturalistic explanation that is very tangible, which has explanatory success, it needs to defeat that and be able to show, no, it's divine, right? And it's not natural, okay, supernatural. So what did we say? It needs to transcend cultures and religions. It needs to be measurable. It needs to be mind independent, and it needs to defeat all competing hypotheses. That's just some basic criteria of what it would need to meet on the empirical side of things. Of course, measurable being empirical. Right? On the other end of that, the philosophical or pantheistic type of God, the best you could say, since you're not saying your God interacts with the reality, with our physical reality in a meaningful way, is you could offer some type of logical proof in the form of a really tight syllogism that defeats any other explanations, right? As it's a metaphysical framework anyway, and not necessarily an entity that acts, right? So that's the type of evidences you'd want. Proof's not really, like, the philosophical side, not really evidence, but it's more proof of your theory or your theorem, if whatever, right? That's the kind of stuff you'd be looking for if you wanted to convince a skeptic of your God existing. So, right, your hyper-specific religious God, you want empirical evidence, defeats competing hypotheses, transcends religions and cultures, mind independent, measurable. Your philosophical type of God, really tight logical syllogism or proof, right, that defeats any other competing explanations, right? If that would even be a thing, because it's going to be wholly dependent on your metaphysical framework anyway. But yes, if you wanted to convince someone like me, that's the kind of shit you would have to set about looking for. But remember what my position is ultimately. I'm saying humans invented God. That's an explanatory claim. We got the how, we got the why, and in some instances the when and the where. We got archaeology, we got anthropology, we got cognitive science, right? Me, it's going to be a little bit more hard to convince someone like me, considering I know the genealogy and the history of your biblical Bible, and I know a little smidgen about the Filbro side. It's going to be a bit harder for someone like me. But yes, I'm saying humans invented God for a good fucking reason. Excuse my French. But coffee's nearly finished. And if you want to know my position on it, I say it 100 times at this point. It's my own personal propaganda. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It's likely it needs someone to devise a concept of it and impart that concept of it to you for you to interact with it, or you yourself have to devise a concept to interact with it. No? That's my personal position. I have no reason to think of who created anything, bro. As I already said, your biblical God doesn't have that kind of explanatory power. What should we give our character? Let's just give him more vigor. Nah, it's more strength. More strength, more strength. Jargon aside, if you had to explain it to a child, it's simple as this. Historically, there's never been one singular idea of God. There's always been many. And no one has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the God of another land. So humans are producing gods for their own individual and cultural needs. That's always been the way. God concepts are ultimately transmitted via humans. They're conceptualized, they're conceived in the minds of humans, and then they're transmitted to other humans through language and through artifacts. That's how it happens. But if you feel like your beliefs and your dreams and your wants overpower reality, then it's on you to do the convincing. No. What is a higher power? Give me a definition of what a higher power is. So it's a cop-out. It's like an exit clause. What do you mean by higher power? You lose your sovereignty, you lose your agency, you lose your ability to think clearly and soundly and make good decisions. That's what you lose by believing in something that's not real. And you lose the respect of your peers. You're untrustworthy in society for greater things. It's a lot to lose when you think about it. I mean, how am I going to take you seriously if you're telling me at one point this is like a reference to a TikTok. How am I going to take you seriously if you genuinely think at some point in time every animal on the planet was on one boat at the same time? How am I supposed to take you seriously? So that's just one ridiculous example, but you do lose a lot. Haven't heard them, Menzi. Sounds like a tag argument to me. Gabas, you're not my peer though. I don't know what you've achieved or put forward in the world. Don't even know who you are, so I wouldn't consider you a peer, with all due respect. I know what I'm doing, and I know why I'm doing it. As for you, I can't say. But all that fantasy belief shit isn't going to get you to a certain level. Tell me about my heart is cold. It feels warm to me. I think the rest of my body is functioning currently. Might have a few cold extremities. But it feels pretty warm to me. I mean, last time I checked I was a mammal. Could be wrong. Oh, what's up, GT? Hey, happy birthday to whoever that is. Yes, that's right, Gabas. Right? Cope harder. Yet here you are. Do you know why? Because the prospect of gaining some insight drew you in the first place. And it's not the other way around. Why do you think that might be? Why do you think that might be, my son? I was just playing. No, I don't mean to act like a dick, right? I really do apologise if I come across like that. But you got to think, the amount of people that just throw out thoughtless, disrespectful shit to me consistently, it's like, so you're going to get some snapback eventually. Now, I don't know who you are, but when I said what I said to that guy, to that FG6, I meant that, right? You give up your sovereignty, you give up your agency, your ability to think rationally, clearly, right? Soundly and clearly. Those are things to lose that are serious, right? Whether you interact with another human being ever again or not, they're very serious things to lose. But yes, when I say the respect of your peers, I mean that, right? It's like look at what's going on in the world today. Currently, the war we're having is being funneled into a religious warfare. Do you take people that think that way seriously? You can't, right? It'd be like, like I'm not even going to give you an analogy because there's no need to even simplify it further, to be honest. But yeah, like when I need my electric sorted out, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. When I need some medical advice, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. When I need some legal advice, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. When I need some education, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. And when I need some political advice, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. When I need some philosophical advice, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. And do you know what's even deeper? When I need some theological advice, I'm not going to call the guy that's going to pray. So in terms of all of those facets of society, right, or needs or services, like, you're very low down on the list. But that's just it's more lighthearted than anything else. Yeah, but a teacher might do a good job of putting me in the right direction, right? But of course, as I was saying, as I pointed to, even if I needed good theological understanding, I'm still not going to go to the guy that's going to pray. You're a subset of that, right? A historian would be more valuable. A philosopher would be more valuable. Like a proper theologian would be more valuable than a believer, right? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're expressing the egress, if you will, of your beliefs in this chat. Not things one can know, right, or falsify, or tangible information that pertains to history, culture, society. You're expressing your personal beliefs, which don't benefit anybody, well, unless someone asks you, right? No, like, religion's the last place you want to go for your morality, bro. Last place. So, that's exactly what I'm saying to you. Yeah, that must have been the penguin that turns away and walks up the mountain, Menzi. Must be that penguin. He gets about, apparently. But see, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? If you would even bring up objective morality within the context of a god, then you don't even understand morality yourself. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Right? No disrespect, I was like that as well. Right? There's too much to know to have these certain types of views. Okay. If you're bringing up an idea of objective morality concerning a conversation about God, you don't know what morality is, much less objective morality. Okay? Let's be honest here. Bad time to take a drink. Oh, mate, I've done myself. Alright, so in very simple terms, what is morality? A system of determining what is good and bad, what is right and wrong. How does one judge what is good and what is bad? It's called a value judgment, right? You weigh the pros versus the cons of any given thing. But within morality, more robust understandings of morality is called moral philosophy or ethics. Within ethics, there are various different frameworks how one might operate. When I say a framework is concerned with various different attitudes towards dilemmas and systems. On the screen is a short list of some of those ethical frameworks, right? So virtue ethics pertains to the character of the person doing the act. It's been a while since I thought about this. And normative ethics pertains to what one ought do in a given situation, or what's prescribed for a society or an event, etc. Right? Descriptive ethics is what people actually do in a given event. There's another layer to it, but right, I'll just read you some so you can get an understanding for yourself, right? Ethical systems are frameworks for determining right and wrong, generally divided into normative ethics, rules/duties, consequentialism, which is outcomes, and virtue ethics, which is character. Right? There's something I'm forgetting, right? Something important too. Key approaches include deontology, rules, utilitarianism, best results, virtue ethics, morality of character, relativism, cultural, personal norms. These systems help navigate and justify and analyze moral dilemmas. Right? The dilemmas are the actual applied ethics are the dilemmas, right? How one acts in this specific situation or judging a specific situation is applied ethics, right? So deontological ethics is duty based. That means actions are judged by whether they adhere to the rules or the duties, right, of the person, society, or whatever system you're in. Consequentialist ethics is outcome based. That's the morality of the action is determined by its consequences. Utilitarianism seeks the greatest good for the greatest number. Utilitarianism is a subset of views, right? So it's like not a world view, but just a system on its own. It functions under consequentialist ethics. Right? Virtue ethics is character based. It focuses on developing good virtues rather than following specific rules. Remember earlier on when that guy was like, oh, well, if humans invented God, why does God go against all human desires, right? And I said to him, right, people practice something called asceticism because it's seen as virtuous, right? Virtues pertain to good character. Okay. Relativism. Moral judgments are not absolute, but subjective to the individual, which is called subjective relativism or cultural relativism. Divine command theory. An action's morality is based on whether it's commanded by a divine being or a religious text. Hence why you shouldn't be bringing up morality if you're having a conversation about God. Right? Ethics of care emphasizes the importance of relationships and emotions when responding to the needs of others. Egoism. My boy Max Stirner. My boy Friedrich Nietzsche, my girl Ayn Rand, right, defines right actions as that which best promotes one's own long-term self-interest. Okay, so within that non-exhaustive list of ethical frameworks, there are various different views on what is moral, what is immoral, how one ought act, how one does act. Okay, your idea of objective morality is larger than, God says this is good, so it's good. God says this is bad, so it's bad. No, right? This is like hundreds of years of study and work gone into the field of ethics or moral philosophy for you to have such a simplistic view and be using God for such a simplistic view in the first place. Okay, you fall into what's called divine command theory, which is one of the worst ethical systems, right? One of the worst ways to determine whether something is moral or immoral. So the fact that you think God determines what is objectively moral is a subjective opinion. Listen again. You thinking God determines what is objectively moral is a subjective opinion. If God exists and is responsible for what is good and what is bad, that is divine subjectivity, also known as the Euthyro dilemma. Is it good because it's good, or is it good because the gods see it fit to be good, right? So if God decides today, tomorrow, murdering your neighbor will be good, then it will be good because God decided so. Or does God decide murdering your neighbor is good because it is just innately good, right? it's kind of effed up, right? But now let's have a closer look then, all right? If you think this applies, right? So what I'm going to read you is like 1 Samuel 15 or something from the Bible, right? Whichever version you want, you'll get the same translation, right? Almost 1-to-1, right? This is God speaking, right? So the context of this for the crybabies is the group called Amalekites are a bunch of people existing in the Levant. They're just basically the Israelites, which are the Jews. It's their ops, right? The Canaanites are also their ops, right? The bunch of people are the Israelites' ops, all right, in the desert. Basically, 400 years ago, prior to this event that I'm about to read, the Amalekites did some bad shit to the Israelites, all right? Now, so 400 years later, God is speaking to the Israelites. Now go, attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. That's a direct command from God telling the Israelites, hey, 400 years after what those guys did to you, go and do this to them today. Start today. Okay, this is God speaking directly. Okay, whether you're Christian or not, it doesn't matter. You might be a Muslim, you might be a Jew, you might be whatever. It pertains to divine command theory. If I wanted to be like facetious, we could go through the Torah, find the same thing. We could go through the Quran, find the same thing. We could go through whatever religious text you want. We could find an instance where if it's reported that God is saying it, it falls into divine command theory. If it's reported that this book is actually inspired by the God itself, then it falls into divine command theory. Right, so I'll read it again. This is God speaking, and based on divine command theory, like we just said, something is good because God commands it, or it's in a religious text. Now, or bad in the same way, right? Now, go and attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. That's God speaking directly, giving a command. Where is it found? In a religious text. Now, under your view that God decides what is objectively moral, this would be objectively moral. Going and killing a bunch of children and infants for something that their ancestors did 400 years ago. From your view, that would be objectively moral because it's God saying it and it's in a religious text. Now, if you was to be honest, right, how would you know that it would be wrong to go and kill children and infants, right? At your big age, hopefully you're a grown up, right? The only way you could know that it's wrong to go kill children and infants is if you use a different moral framework from divine command theory. You would have to borrow from humanist ethics of some sort to know it's wrong to kill children and infants. But God's telling you to kill children and infants, so surely it's good because God's telling you no, right? In order for you to know it would be wrong, you would need a moral framework outside of divine command theory. So maybe you're virtue ethics, maybe you're a consequentialist, maybe you're an egoist, whatever it is, you'd have to borrow from something outside of divine command theory. So within divine command theory, you don't actually arrive at objective morality. You won't, right? Now, arguing about moral realism, right, or anti-realism is another level for real philosophers to deal with. But just using layman terms, this is a direct command from God, right? And it depends on the whims and the persona of the God giving the command, whether it's good or bad, right? So from that point of view, that would be one of the weakest moral frameworks possible. And if we're being honest, who is it writing these bloody books in the first place? It's men, right? Who can verify that God ever spoke at any time to any man? All right, so you are in one of the worst possible categories. But the irony is this too: since God doesn't actually exist, right? Your idea of divine command theory is technically still a humanist ethics, just with the sock puppet of God on top of it. Right? So now, that's not necessarily an attack on religious people. We're talking about what the religion prescribes, which is divine command theory. The individual that operates within any given religion could be a mixture of any of these ethical systems, right? An individual Christian could actually subscribe to deontology, right? or deontological ethics, or ethics of care, or relativism, right? The individual can subscribe to whatever the hell they want. But the minute you go about saying this is good because God objectively says what is moral and immoral, you're effed, right? And you're the lowest of us, right? You're one of the, you lay low. You've laid yourself low, right? So that's why you shouldn't bring up objective morality in a conversation of God, right? So you've got less than a peg leg to stand on in it, right? So Hope that helps. But do you know, like, what faith are you? Maybe we'll find something bad in some other book that we could use for you. You know, if you prefer. Like, either way, right? Divine command theory is one of the worst moral frameworks. So don't bring up objective morality, especially if you don't even have a basic overview of what ethics and morality is in the first place. Start getting into how it's prescribed to deal with non-believers, you know, kuffars and fucking, you know, unbelievers and witches, suffer not the witch to all this kind of shit, right? This is who you're getting your moral framework from, right? It's like there's so much problems in that you don't even want to go down that road. It's better you just be honest and say, actually, I decide. Well, from my point of view, whether determinism is a thing or not, individuals are still their own moral agents, right? It means they ultimately have the capacity to decide. But yeah, this whole sidetrack. Humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it is functionally non-existent. It requires that somebody devises a concept of God, imparts it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself have to devise a concept to interact with. As far as I'm aware, there's never been any evidence produced of gods existing as independent entities or agents capable of having any meaningful effect on our physical material reality. If you really do, like, you know that God exists for sure, then as always, the burden of proof is on you to present evidence for that being the case. As far as I'm concerned, humans invented God. That's called an explanatory claim. We've got the how, we've got the why, and in some instances, the when and the where. A good place to start off is hyperactive agency detection device. Basically the foundation for how and why our ancestors put together the first types of gods, which were observational, based on elemental things like earth, wind, water and fire, and celestial things like the sun, the moon and other stars and planets. Out of that, we begin the trajectory of God creation. The next phase of that God creation after agency is abstraction. Why do we use abstraction? It's for psychological needs, to give certainty where there's uncertainty, to explain things that we don't currently have understanding of. Third phase is for societal cohesion, to mobilize people under an ideology, to organize society, and to give what you think to be moral arbiters. Okay? Put it this way, there are pragmatic uses for God as there are pragmatic uses for Santa. If I tell my son, hey, it's January, kid, be good, or by December, Santa ain't bringing you nothing. It's the same way I could tell some other person, hey, be good, or no afterlife for you, no dessert for you, right? You know, no 72 virgins for you, right? There are pragmatic uses for it. I really don't want to waste my time reading the Quran, but we really could get into it. So what we got here? Yeah, I'm not even going to waste my time, bro. It's bad. It's already bad. It's already bad. I'm looking at some verses already, and it's just like, you know, they're having Ramadan. Let's just leave them alone, bro. But trust me, look. The Levant has specifically produced war-based cultures and religions. Islam is no exception, right? the production of Islam comes about 650 years after Christianity, using the information available to Muhammad and his group at the time. Muhammad is thought to be a military type of guy. The minute that Islam is fully conceptualized, it becomes a state religion, right? A vehicle for training men and women to become, sword and shield of the state. Within that context, before you get to your hadiths, before you get to your theocratic happenings in the Islamic world, there's lots of things in that book that sanctions the direct violence amongst certain groups of people or upon certain groups of people, whether that be women and children or foreigners and different religions. It is not exempt. Now, to get into a full-on critique, I would like to get some proper quotes for you. But the Quran and Islam is no way near exempt from divine command theory. Not even close, right? But since it's Ramadan, right? But seriously, right? The problem is this. If I start going down that road, right? The next thing I'm going to get is discrimination, accusations. No bullshit, no white fragility shit, right? Black guy as I am, that is what is coming, right? When we all fucking know it. You talk about Jews, you get the discrimination charge. You talk about Muslims, you get the discrimination charge. You could talk about Christians, because Christians are universalists, right? They're black, they're white, they're brown, right? But the other two, you can't really fucking talk about them. Why do you think that is, bro? But that being said, it doesn't mean I see them as any less because of their religion. I think all religions are shit, and I think the Abrahamics together are what's called the Cerberus, right? The three-headed dog. But you don't have to take my word for that. It's just an opinion. But yes, I am looking at some on the screen, and I don't want to give it the welly. But yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. But anyways, back to the main point. Off of religion. No, Muslims aren't universalists. Right? Don't you see all of the current politics with them having problems with pluralism and shit like that? As I said earlier on, Islam is finally, at this point in 2026, coming into its own new civil war with the progressive Muslims versus the fundamentalist Muslims. Right? The fundamentalists and the conservative Muslims are fighting really hard to suppress the progressive Muslims, right? I grew up in a town full of mixed black, white and Asians. We all went to school together. We all know each other's cultures. We all know each other's religions, okay? Amongst the people I grew up with, they were mostly progressive. But their older generations, their older brothers, their dads and their uncles, very fundamentalist, right? Very strict. But now those people are reaching, 30s, 40s and shit. And they're pushing the progress. But at the same time, they're being met with some really fucking problematic shit. So that's I'll leave it there. But in terms of progressiveness, Islam has had its reformations hundreds of years ago, its biggest ones. It's due its reformation very soon, right? In terms of how history goes. Christianity has had its various reformations, right? And of these reformations, you get splits into different... what do they call themselves? Not sects, but different churches. Okay, when I say Christianity is universalist now, right? This is what I mean, Abel. Right? When you think of Christianity, you no longer directly associate it with the culture of the Middle East, the Levant. You no longer associate it with brown people in the clothes that brown people wear, in the cultures and the language brown people speak. When Christianity was codified, it was codified after the alleged existence and demise of a guy called Yeshua, if he existed in that capacity. But it was codified by what's called Christendom, which is the beginning of the church-state relationship, which is Rome. All right? Rome, the Roman Empire, codifies what you get as the New Testament, which is what creates Christians as you know them today. Rome, as an empire at that time, had Phoenicians, had Europeans, had Greeks, had Syrians. The Roman Empire was mixed up with everybody. Okay, so the identity that belonged to the Jews in the Old Testament, in the Torah, is lost the minute that the New Testament is conceived. The New Testament is conceived as the bridge in between the Greek world and the Hebrew world. So when I tell you Christianity has a universalist point of view, when you think of a Christian, you don't see the original Christians who were operating in the Middle East and in Rome and in, Greek and in Greece and those kinds of places. You don't see that. You see just an average white priest, probably, right? With all due respect, or black, kind of like a evangelical type of vibe, right? You don't associate Christianity with its origin anymore. But there's for a couple of reasons. One, it's done through imperialism via Roman Empire. But it's also done because the Abrahamic faiths are produced to be psychological fundamentally. The Jewish God, Yahweh, is produced by a bunch of people who are nomadic desert tribe people. They traveled, so their gods couldn't be tied to their God, Yahweh, couldn't be tied specifically to the land in the form of a statue, right? Like their ancestors, the Mesopotamians, right? It's a psychological God. Hence why trying to speak to somebody who is religious today is like trying to separate a piece of the identity from them, because that is the capacity in which a Abrahamic God functions, as an immaterial spirit who's also a personal God. So it's ideologically sitting right on the center of you as an identity, right? Hence why, as an identity, it transfers through word, through scripture, to humans that don't look like the humans that produced it, right? Islam is directly, almost one-to-one, tied to Arabic culture. It's still the same language fundamentally. New converts usually learn Arabic, right? Unless you're like what's called a cult, with all due respect, like Nation of Islam and people like that, right? People who come and take Islam and remix it, right? But fundamentally, Islam or Muslims are directly still correlated to Arabic culture. They go to Mecca, they wear the clothes, they speak the language, they read the Quran, they pray in rituals, right? So the culture is very prominent in Islam still, from the women to the men, right? In Christianity, it's had 1,000 odd years of reformations and splinters of cultures and amalgamations picking up on the way. How Christianity spread through Europe is by, like I explained earlier on, the sacerdotal class, which is like your priests and them, cozying up with the mercantile class, which is your merchants, the aristocracy, which is like the lords and stuff, and the monarchy, which is the kings and stuff. The sacerdotal class, or the Roman Empire, in terms of the Vatican, would convert the mercantiles, the aristocracy, and the kings and stuff, and people would be converted under them. But during that process, what would happen as Roman Empire and Christianity spreads across Europe, different sects of Christians mix in their current indigenous beliefs with Christianity, right? Hence why Christmas is actually a Yule festival, which is Anglo, but it's mixed in together so they could be cohesive and live together, right? In fact, before Christianity is codified by the Roman Empire, you've got groups that are like Phoenicians, groups that are Hebrews, groups that are Greeks, groups that are Romans, all running around telling their own version of Christianity. The Council of Nicaea was formed to bring those ideas together into one thing. But those individual sects of people who were claiming to follow Jesus, they were also mixing their cultural beliefs, their indigenous beliefs as well. Your Dionysus, your Mithras, your Serapis, your Horus, those stories were amalgamated, became mixed together with the idea and story of Jesus. Hence why the Council of Nicaea had to be formed to codify it properly. But as Christianity spreads, different cultures, the Swedish, the Nordic, the Romans, the Italians, the Spanish, the Portugal, the English, they all mix their native cultures with it in order for it to live harmoniously, even though Christendom wasn't harmonious. But with Islam, wherever it's gone, it's destroyed what was indigenous, and everyone is converted to the culture of the Arabs. Right? Saying it sounds rough, you might not like it, but it's the reality. If you look at the African world, 1,300 years of slavery, it wasn't a mixing of cultures. It was a straight up castration of culture. You're going to become like us or you're going to die. All right? If you look at the Moorish Empire and the Moorish occupation of Spain, it was the same thing. Okay? These are things you need to understand. So in terms of Christianity having a universalist point of view, it's mixed. It was conceived by a mixed pot of men for an imperialistic point of view. Islam was conceived for an imperialistic point of view, but it was conceived by Arabs for Arab domination of the world. Right? Muhammad didn't have to claim to be a prophet. He could have just said, you know what, Christianity sounds good, let's become Christians. He didn't have to, he could have said, you know what, Judaism sounds good, let's become Jews. No, it was like, I see what you've done there. I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that. I'm going to send, what they call like emissaries or whatever, around the world, collect this information from the Indus Valley, collect this information from Europe, collect this information from Egypt, come back here, give me these scientific facts, give me that mathematics, and let's put together this thing. Like, you think a guy really just spoke the Quran to a bunch of people and wrote it down? No, bro. It's 650 years after Christianity. They had to research, they had to travel, they had to collect information to put together Islam. But Islam is ultimately put together to propagate the empire of the Arabs. Right? It's still Middle East, but it's deeper into the Middle East, okay? That is why Islam today, wherever it goes, it seeks to turn that land into Islam as well, under Muslim rule or Muslim majority. Not just by race, right? Like although you should separate race from religion, religion is ultimately about culture, right? And as I told you, if you talk to original Jews, if you can find any, right, which is another conversation on its own, their religion was put together to literally keep alive the stories of their ancestors in the Levant. The Old Testament is not supposed to be a historical telling. It's literally about building the identity of the Israelites, keeping alive the stories of their past in Mesopotamia as they become nomadic further and go deeper into Europe, deeper into Africa, deeper into Asia. Okay, so the Old Testament and the Torah is about a tribe of a bloodline of people. Christianity is tacked onto that. Then Islam builds off of those two ideas. Okay, but Islam doesn't function like Christianity, doesn't function like Judaism. Judaism functions as an ethno-religion. Christianity functions as an imperialist vehicle, ultimately. So does Islam. But Islam doesn't seek to harmonize, right? It seeks to dominate. So you have the land of the saved and the land where there's war. Right? And this isn't a persecutory analysis. It's just an overview of what I'm trying to say. So when you see Christianity, you don't see the people of the Levant anymore, right? You just see anybody that can wear a cross. And to be fair, the idea of a cross being introduced was the same idolatry in the first place. The idea of Michelangelo or Da Vinci's paintings of Jesus as his uncle, whoever, was reintroducing idolatry again. But these things were necessary in order to amalgamate the most amount of people under the banner in the first place. Right? New ideas had to be interpreted into the Bible in order for it to keep on its trajectory. Earlier in the stream, if you rewind, was talking about when in 400 and something, they accused Christianity of being the collapse of the Roman Empire, right? And Augustine of Hippo had to write a treatise against that idea, right? The city of God. We were talking about it earlier in the stream, right? So Judaism, an ethno religion fundamentally, but now interestingly in 2026 you got white people, Americans and Europeans directly calling out Jews and saying, you guys are Russians, you guys are Polish, you're not Jews, right? And it's interesting to see, right? Like I said, this isn't an attack, this is just an analysis of what's going on around us, right? I'm not 100% right either, there's no way I could be, right? But as an overview, okay, when you see Islam, you see Arabs, right? When you see Judaism, you kind of see the Levant. When you see Christianity, you see anybody. Right? The best you can associate is a cross and a book and a painting. But it could be a black guy, a white guy, a brown guy. Right? It could be an alien. They have a universalist approach because of all of the various reformations that took place under Christendom. I'll bring Christendom up again as an explainer on the screen for you so you can get a better view of what I'm saying. But you'd be either ignorant or a fool to deny that Islam doesn't operate in the same way as Christianity. Although they're built on the same kind of Abrahamic faith system, Islam doesn't operate in a universalist point of view. It seeks to subvert and, dominate, right? You become one of us or you're fucked, right? Jews do it too, right? Christians do it too, but they've had a longer history of people fighting back and being successful in their fighting back. Right, whereas Islam has got a shorter history of people fighting back and being successful with fighting back. But it's the same reason why you're seeing one group of Iranians saying, yeah, like, we don't want this Islamic State, and another group saying, what do you mean, like, this is, we're trying to help you, right? And they're saying they want the Islamic State, and I was like, no, we want the fucking king back and all this. And then, you know, the ones that want the king back, oh, you lot are Zionists. The ones that want Islamic State, oh, you lot are just crazy. Like, within it, there is conflict. But as I said, right, there are progressives and there are fundamentalists within all of these groups, right? And there's no, as individuals, right, keep in mind, we're talking about systems and frameworks, which is a bigger view, right? You might feel attacked, you might feel like I'm persecuting, but I'm not. We're talking about systems and frameworks. As individuals, individual people are good, bro. They're all right. They've got mixtures of different ethical systems, different mixtures of economical values and political views, right? But we're talking about what the systems prescribed fundamentally, what it says on the tin, right? People be like, yeah, don't judge the whole religion by the guy. No. The religion's ideology produces the guy. The religion is the container for culture. It's your language. It's the geography that produces your phenotype, right? It's the type of foods that grow where your ancestors grew to make them who they were. Their stories, right? Their culture, right? The stories of their ancestors, their supernatural beliefs, their moral codes. Religion is fundamentally about humans and human culture. Although it's theological, it's written with a theological agenda, most of what you find in the Abrahamic religions pertains more to the happenings of humans, human histories and events than actually gods. Right? Gods are in there, angels are in there, ghosts are in there, demons are in there. But story to story, psalm to psalm, surah to surah, whatever, is mostly humans, the happenings amongst humans, men sharing parables, analogies, right, and metaphors to explain shit that's happened or will happen. Okay? So from that overview context, religion is about culture. But the individual, this is not a persecution against any individual. It's a very simple understanding. When you see Judaism, you see a certain look, a certain language, right? When you see Christianity, you don't see a certain look and a certain language. It's any language, any look. When you see Islam, you see a certain look and a certain language. So of the Cerberus, which is the three-headed dog, right? Islam is the last of them, and it seeks to dominate the rest of them, right? But in terms of it having its modernization, we're living through it now. Within the next 100 years or so, we're going to see whether they do actually modernize, right? Or whether they try to go back to being how it was in 1400 years ago, you know? But we will see, right? Truth be told, all the Muslims that I've ever interacted with have been closer to progressive sides than fundamentalists. But as a child, I remember growing up with many Asian friends that are Muslim. You go to their house at a certain time, right? They'll be having like what would be a Bible study, but just for Muslims, okay? But within that community of how they set up those things, you will have the fundamentalist view sneak in there. And remember, it's not just Islam. All religions are only able to propagate and sustain themselves by indoctrinating their children into it. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, they're only able to function and stay alive because of indoctrinating their children. So like we had the conversation earlier in the stream, do I think that religion, like there'll be a time without religion? No, there can't be, unfortunately. But the best we can hope to do is help these institutions reform, right, from the outside, right? Because when they reform entirely from the inside, you just get a schism, right? You get Protestant, Catholic, you get Sunni, Shia, right? You get Orthodox, whatever, right? You get different denominations. But all that really does is produce more conflict, more chaos, right? More usury, ultimately. So in order to help them reform in a harmonious way with society without suppressing them and pushing them underground and becoming more extreme, you have to help them reform from outside of the institutions by putting together groups of people who are able to think in different fields and show them, actually, you know, when you interact here, it's unethical, right? When you use this political view from a religious point of view, it's harmful, right? You know, when you manage economics from this religious point of view, it's dangerous, right? When you indoctrinate, you need people who are outside. You know, like you can't just self-diagnose yourself all the time. You need someone else to have a side view, you know? Like you're supposed to speak to people outside of your echo chamber so you can learn things, right? They have a view on what you're saying that is beyond your view to a certain extent, right? So when you take these things into consideration of how religion is so interlaced or interweaved with politics, economics, education, law, right? The military, right? Look at the world right now. Manufacturing, workers' rights, all of these things, they're deeply intertwined because religion is culture. Wherever there are humans, there is culture, right? And whoever wins the battle of the culture wars, gets to dominate for the next century or so, okay? So when you keep this shit in mind, forget the God stuff, the spiritual woo-woo stuff, right? We're talking about peoples and the happenings of people. The God concept, we've laid, like, wherever there have been gods, there have been atheists, right? So we've taken care of that like hundreds of years ago, right? We know that gods and God concepts come exclusively from the minds of humans. We know this, right? There could absolutely be an entity worthy of calling God out there, but it's not what all these thousands of ideas that we've been creating. So when we're having these religious views and these religious conversations, they pertain to humans, right? The cultures, the lives of humans, right? So yes, religious views have a geopolitical impact, have an economical impact, they have an educational impact, right? And as I said, right, on the screen is an explanation of what Christendom is. Even under Christendom, Christians suffered, right? Just like under Islamic states, Muslims suffer, right? Just like under Jewish states or Zionist states, Jews suffer, okay? So these things have a greater impact than just, he believes in this God, he believes in this God. No, motherfucker, it's culture, right? So when you understand the nuance of that, then you kind of get what I'm saying. But anyways, I'll go to the toilet. I'm just going to do this boss fight one more time. Right, exactly, right? But like Islam didn't just pop up as domino. Like you can't, in truth be told, you can't really convince people with reason to become religious. Sound and clear reasoning does not go hand, and education for that matter, does not go hand in hand with religious views. Now, a religious person, put it this way, a sound and clear thinker, a rational thinker, can have pragmatic uses for religion. But if the religion approaches them in that sound, rational mind, they won't convince them to believe. The sound, rational mind would see, actually, there's a subversive use here for this. All right, I'll play along. Now, let's see if I can infiltrate power structure. Let's see if I can infiltrate policy. Or actually, you know what? This religious ideology is almost one-to-one with my ethnic ideology, right? When I see this, I see me. So actually, what would be the best way for me to mobilize people that look like me for the benefit of people like me? I'll use religion. Do you know, I have this economic idea that I want to get off the ground. What would be the best way to get enough people behind this economic idea? I'll use religion. I have this political idea I want to get off the ground. What would be the best way to garner enough support? I'll use religion, Sound and critical thinking people aren't easily converted to religion just by believing things. They may have a pragmatic use for it. In the same way, the Roman Empire had a direct pragmatic use for Christianity. Okay? That's all I'm saying to you. But in terms of just converting someone with sense, it doesn't happen. Religion survived through culture and is primarily through the indoctrination of their children. But why, I think the right word might be loggerheads here, is because people are producing these little factories of robots with these religious views. Then they're sending them out into what's described as pluralistic societies. And then they're running into a Hindu, they're running into a Sikh, they're running into a Christian, they're running into a Jew, they're running into an atheist, and your worldview's wrong. Nah, your worldview's wrong, right? But we're all describing these metaphysical things. But these metaphysical things have real world materialistic and materialist consequences, right? In terms of these metaphysical things actually existing, none of us know, right? Well, we fucking know they don't exist, but all of these ideologies we build around these metaphysical concepts have real world implications, right? Real wars, real battles, like real deaths, even some real good advances sometimes, right? But the reality is, we made this shit up, bro. Right? In terms of God, we made this shit up, bro. But yeah, ideologically problematic to the core. Right, let's give this one more try. I badly need to use the toilet. I've been yapping and drinking coffee for ages. But back to baseline. I'm saying humans invented God. That's what's called an explanatory claim. All right, I support that with a how and a why, and in some instances, a when and a where. Is that thing still on the screen? No, you're good. I feel it has explanatory success because it explains the how, why, when, and where, but it also has predictive power for any types of God concepts we may come across in the future, right, without having to posit the existence of any supernatural entities at all. If you want to know what my personal position on the matter is, it's this. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. I'm dead. If your god, if your god requires imagination, belief, or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. Right? It needs someone to devise a concept of it for you to interact with it, or you yourself have to devise a concept. I'm gonna go to toilet. Be right back. Trust me, man. We live in a world with many bad actors, bro. Just think about it as like one big party, and in order to get admission to the party, all you have to do is wear the mask. But underneath the mask at the masquerade, you don't know who's in there and why they're in there. Right? Religion functions as that masquerade ideologically, and it's secondary to God concepts in the first place. You don't know why they're in there or what they intend to do with it. I think people are becoming more aware of who Machiavelli is. He's not even that bad in terms of strategic thinkers historically, but people are unaware of the reality of Machiavellian type of thinking, right? Political maneuvering or political theatre. Right? Religion is a big player in that. What's up, Garrett? Good, man. How you been? And the big players get it. What I'm saying, the people who are just like, you're like, not cannon fodder, but you're just unaware that you're like in a mafia hierarchy or like a Ponzi scheme hierarchy. You've just been invited in the door with the promise of some good food and some savior in the afterlife. Well, as you go up a level on the pyramid scheme, you see, all right, pastor positions himself to garner this power, priest positions himself to garner this power, like regional deacon or regional whoever, like duke, whoever, garners this power. Up and up and up it goes. And on their level of power, they operate parallel to other systems of hierarchy, e.g. politics, economics, law, education. So these are parallel systems, all right? You, as just someone arguing with me about your personal beliefs, you're operating at the bottom of that like pyramid scheme. Right? This isn't pre-recorded, Brenda. You just like, I really can't see you saying anything interesting. That's why I'm not replying. Right? So, you arguing with me as just like a random believer or something, it's fine. As an individual, you might be an important person. You might even play a massive role in our society. But in terms of how you're operating from your views of your belief, you're operating at the base of that. Right? You're not operating at the mid-level, like what I talked about earlier on, the sacerdotal oligarchy. The sacerdotal oligarchy is the pinnacle. It's the Pope. It's the Imam. It's the whatever the Jews call themselves. And at that level, you're operating with the same power and pull as a Donald Trump, the same power and pull as an Epstein, same power and pull as an Elon Musk. You don't need the resources because you've got the people underneath you. They are the resources. The whisper in the ear of the king is more powerful than money in his pocket, right? So remember that. No, bro. Anyways, just get what I'm saying, right? You're not you're not going to be able to convert someone who's at least of age and has like a solid rational, not even rational, just like a foundation of how to think clearly and critically. Now, thinking clearly and critically is a skill that has to be honed and practiced, and it doesn't even apply in all subjects in life. It can be critical and clear thinking in one matter and completely like goofy in another, right? We're humans at the end of the day, so it doesn't necessarily pass to all like parts of your life, right? But in terms of just general religious thinking and beliefs and stuff like that, you can't convert someone who's reasonable and rational. What you'll find is actually you'll be exposing to them your weaknesses and how they can exploit that. That's where you realize what I'm saying about it's a masquerade and you don't know who you've invited to the party until it's too late, bro. That's the problem. Like, how do you think a lot of these I forget what it was, right? I was trying to say it last stream, right? I didn't mean like self-righteous anger, but it's like righteous anger that it induces, because you can see maybe it's not always a direct abuse of power that you witness, but it's like a subtle puppetry that you witness, how people who are slightly a level up on these hierarchies operate through religion, right? How, like, you know, it's insidious once you can see it. It's like, you know, like these people are vulnerable. They're under this illusion or delusion because of their vulnerabilities in the first place, right? Be it psychologically, be it financially, systemically, whatever vulnerabilities they're under, which bring them to this religious view, is now being used as a primary string to exploit them by the person one level up, right? And then someone a level up above them, right? When you start to see that, it stirs up that righteous anger, which is what pushes people to the more extreme sides of, you know, anti-theism or atheism, etc. Same thing happens in political views as well, right? Same thing happens in economic structures. But you have to get past that righteous anger to be able to combat the system. Because if you approach that system to try and help dismantle it with that righteous anger, or at least displaying that righteous anger, you give them what they need to carry on the abuse, which is persecutory delusion, right? To be able to say they're against us, and this further tightens the mesh that keeps people trapped. So you get to say we're the persecuted, right? Everyone hates us. Why are people always after us? If you approach them with that righteous anger, you're as bad as them trying to convert you through ridiculous beliefs. It's not pre-recorded, right? As I said, there's times that I'm talking to people directly, and there's times I'm not taking input, because you've got to think I'm seeing a lot of hateful comments in between, based on the same kind of thing I was just describing to you, right? So just consider that. But yeah, if you like, yeah. And I find myself wanting to call names as well, right? And it's just like you can do that, but oh, that's fine. I mean, if it pushes you closer to God, that's fine. It's literally your problem, not my problem, right? I don't think, like, yeah, that's literally not my problem. As long as you thought about what's being said here today, how would you actually support your belief in the first place? How would you, have you thought about where does my idea of God come from in the first place? Right? Those are things that matter. But in terms of me telling you humans invented God, you effing well know it. You have no doubts in your mind that that religion over there, that's not your religion, their God's made up. That culture that lived 1,000 years ago, their God's made up. That guy down there that wears clothes I don't like and has a face I don't like, his religion's made up. But I just can't, for some reason, think that my religion might be made up too. My God might be made up. Like, that's like cognitive dissonance, the cognitive bias that you're experiencing. So if you go away feeling more, clinging to your faith, then so be it, right? maybe next time, but at least you actually engaged in some of that thought process, whether you saw it all the way through or not. At least you engaged. But to the point, humans invented gods. All known gods are psychological constructs, do not exist independently of the mind. We know the how, the why, the when, and the where. So God creation happens in 3 primary phases. Phase 1 is assigning agency to things we don't understand. Phase 2 is using the power of abstraction and conceptualizing for psychological needs. Phase 3 is for societal cohesion. At the phase where we arrive at societal cohesion, we're moving past hunting and gathering into agriculture, farming, right? And at that point, we start to stack our God concepts. So we create what's called anthropomorphic gods. They're human in nature, but they have an elemental feature or a celestial feature from phase 1, which is assigning agency. Then they have an abstract feature from phase 2, which is, conceptualizing things that don't physically take up space. At the point where we arrive at phase 3 for societal cohesion, we start to get proto-religions, temples, and we can now mobilize people under ideology, as we've just spent the last 10 to 20 minutes talking about, right? How Islam mobilizes people under ideology, how Christianity mobilizes people under ideology, how Jewish people mobilize people under ideology, okay? At the point where we reach phase 3, now we start becoming way more philosophically inclined with our views on what gods are, how they operate. But ultimately, all God concepts, how we arrive at knowing what a God is today, an immaterial spirit, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, or a pantheistic God, or an animistic God, is based on that evolutionary trajectory. Us using hyperactive agency detection based on observation, then abstraction, then anthropomorphizing. Right? That's how you arrive at a God today that has an elemental feature, has a celestial feature, and has a human feature. Like God in the Bible. He's responsible for all of nature. He can get angry. Right? He can invent. He can create. He can produce. Right? He can do magic. Okay, these are us stacking the concepts of our ancestors together to give ourselves new views or metaphysical views on what gods are and how they function. What are you talking about, McTrevor? Are you aware of the history of the Levant? Listen, at the point in where Christianity is beginning to form, Jews have already been ventured out of the Levant. Right, they've gone to Egypt. Apparently, they've definitely been mixing with Greeks and Phoenicians and Romans. Right, they're the biggest persecutors at this point where Christianity is being formed. It goes Judaism, 1500 years later Christianity, 650 years later Islam. Right, in terms of the big 3 Abrahamics, the Cerebus. Right, all of those people were already intellectually capable at the times where their books were being formed. Prior to that, right, they had the Mesopotamians, which is that same region of the world. The Levant is one of the oldest civilizations, one of the oldest texts ever found there. They may have spoke regional dialects, but it's the same way that we can communicate with French people a little bit without knowing French, Germans a bit without knowing French. In fact, English as a language is the mixture of all of these different languages. Right? It's called a trade language, or like a mongrel language. But yes, people are able to communicate and read other people's languages. It just happens through study. You live amongst people, you learn their language, you learn their books, and you learn who they are. That you can translate that to other people. So what you're saying isn't anything magical at all. There were Jews that could read Greek. Like, think of Josephus, right? There were Jews that could read what they call papyri and stuff like that, right? There were Romans that could read papyri and Hebrew and Greek, right? And whatever Sanskrit. Like, you must doubt humans a lot. We wouldn't be here today using computers and phones and shit and code and language, like one of our greatest inventions to communicate, if we weren't pretty good at it. Okay, so yes, they could clearly read each other's books in the same way you could go learn French today and read someone else's book, right? So it's like, you're not saying anything magical, bro. I appreciate you, JCPQ. I wasn't quite sure what it is they was reading. I was just trying to give examples, right? In all honesty. But they would have been speaking Aramaic or something like that, right? At that region, at that time. Right? But even then, they're already mixing in trade for a long time. So, I don't know what you're trying to say, like some magical thing that their books reference each other. JCP, I got something for you. Suck your mom. Anyways, people getting persnickety. Oh, like, you know, anyways. Overarching story. Hey, Brandon, same goes to you, bro. Like, don't get ahead of yourself, right? Just because I engage with you, it doesn't give you the right to be rude to me. Don't ever get fucked up. I got the power here. No, I don't think evil exists as a unique substance itself. I've got no reason to think that's the case. Evil to me is just a subjective. It's like a synonym for really bad. You know, like something immoral. Is that a synonym? Whatever. Yeah, Gallus, like I said earlier, you probably just joined, which is the first time I'm seeing you here. You could a priori reason to an uncaused cause, but reasoning to an uncaused cause doesn't make it exist. And also, even if there is an uncaused cause, that uncaused cause isn't synonymous with a god, right? At least a god capable of acting. When I say capable of acting, have an agency. So yeah, you could reason to that, but truth be told, there's still not good enough reason to think that there is an uncaused cause. We could be living in an infinite system of loops, big bounces, big crunches, etc. So yeah, there could be an infinite past as well. Actually, like regression isn't actually a problem. It's just something people don't like. I think the word is it's not parsimonious. I think that's what people say, but it's not impossible. Right? An infinite regress is not impossible in any way. It's just unkind. But calculus is also unkind, but it's not impossible. Right? So if you think about those things, yes, I know, like Aquinas and all that, but to me, there's just it's what's called post hoc rationalizations. The God concepts far predate the philosophical jargon that comes later. Philosophy is entwined in God concepts, of course, because one of the primary focuses on philosophy is God. But these arguments for God come about centuries after the concepts themselves. The concepts themselves were already solidified. It's just people come along with new interpretations, new tools, new vocabulary and language to add to their interpretations. For instance, the idea of the immortal soul, lifted from Plato, used in Christianity. The idea of the good, lifted from Plato, used in Christianity. Aristotelian reasoning or whatever, lifted from whatever his name is, Aristotle, used in Christianity, right? So these are things people are doing after the fact, right? Now, of course, there's philosophical reasoning happening to produce it. I've never heard of that cloth of Oviedo. What's that one? But Shrouds of Turin, that's a no-no. But like I said, right, if you're arguing for a metaphysical, like, kind of framework, or, like, I don't know, maybe you want to call it like a metaphysical principle or some kind of, like, wave or something, I don't know, like a field of knowledge, whatever you describe it as philosophically, then yeah, your arguments are good in that realm. But if you're going to argue for a biblical type of God, which is hyper specific, interacts with our physical reality, then just like a logical proof is not going to cut the mustard, bro. In most instances. Right, let's give this one more shot. This boss ain't going down today in no way. Now I'm dead. Oh my gosh. God, save me. Save me. I'm cooked. What is he even doing? I can't even see him. Alright, we're gonna need some time to learn this guy's moves. What the hell was that? Held R2 too long. I'm dead. This beer is cold as hell. What? What? Anyways. Oh, exactly, yes. We definitely knew what gravity was before Newton came along, bro. There's no doubt about it, bro. Look at the structures we built. Look at, like, aqueducts and stuff like that. We definitely knew what gravity was. We know how to make advanced calculations, but it's just that Newton codifies it and formalizes it into a way that changes things in science. But it's not to say Newton didn't make a significant contribution. There's no way you could ever say he didn't. But yes, people definitely had a notion for things being in motion. They definitely did. How the hell did we arrive here? How did we survive in order for Newton's ancestors to be born? Thing is, I don't think you'll ever be able to justify a specific god. Right? Specific gods, well, to be fair, I don't think you'll ever be able to justify any type of god, truly. It would always come down to your personal wants at the end of the day. It's not, most god concepts are completely unfalsifiable in the first place. So, I don't see it. Now, coming from someone who used to believe in a god, right, it's a lot easier to not believe in a god than it is to believe in a god. Right? But at the same time, the responsibility is far greater in understanding how and why things work the way they do. Whereas the God concept, it's like a dummy, right? You just plug it in as a thought stopper. I don't have to explain this. I don't know, therefore God. You know, this is mysterious, therefore God. You know, shit like that. Not really questioning. Oh wait, who told me this idea? Did they ever really flesh out the idea? What explanatory power does the idea have? Does the idea even have explanatory success? Stuff like that you don't realise. But yeah, in my view, you'll never be able to justify a specific god's existence. It's up too high. Yeah, death anxiety is a big part of it. Ooh. What is he doing? McTrevor, I ain't got no reason to think supernatural experiences actually exist. Right? What would you class as a supernatural experience? Yeah, but again, to me, Galisk, religion has little to do with God, bro. Religion is clearly about the happenings of people, of humans. Right? Usually, all religious texts, well, obviously, all religious texts are written with a theological agenda, but they're ultimately about human cultures. Right? So I have no real reason to take anything a religious text says about God seriously at all. In terms of it telling me about its culture, yeah, I'll take it from that point, like a culturally, like an enrichment type of view. But in terms of it holding any truth to its claims or having any truth behind its claims on gods and stuff like that, I would never grant them that, because they just can't support that. So whether Jesus existed or apostles, whatever, all of that shit pertains to religion. So I already know the genealogy of the God of the Bible, so I obviously know, since that God doesn't exist, Jesus isn't that God. It's possible that Yahshua as a Bronze Age Judaic priest existed, but he's not the guy who was born magically, not the guy who did miracles, not the guy who resurrected. So from that point of view, I don't take religious claims seriously. They're starting off at a massive deficit. It's like people get caught up in that. Not necessarily the semantics of it, but they want to argue, hey, my book versus your book. Who gives a shit about your book? Your book and his book were both written by men, just like me and you. we've got no way to objectively or intersubjectively verify the experiences that these men report in these books. We've got no way to do that. So at that point, you'd be right where you are, accepting things on faith, believing without proof. And how does that push things forward? Doesn't really, does it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. What does that mean, bro? A tomb is empty. Do you know how many do you know how many conclusions you could draw from that, right? That don't entail a man died and was and resurrected. How many conclusions could you like? This is what I'm saying about religious thinking. A tomb being empty doesn't entail a resurrection occurred. It just entails that no one's in it. The number of reasons there could be why no one is in it. They could go on all day, right? You know, a guy never really died, or a guy picked up a body that died and moved it somewhere else. Like any number of things can happen. Like, so to get lost in that religious kind of nonsense is, to me, is stupid. It's like when you're at work and you're like, why is this guy telling me about these? Like, why does he care about these like insignificant facts? I have one of those types of minds that if it's not high priority data, it's not important to me. An argument like a tomb being empty is not even close to high priority data. It's like, this is stupid. I know the genealogy of the god that the guy you're saying died believed in. Like, I know where it comes from. Any like preceding information after that isn't that important. It's trivial, right? In all honesty, it's trivial information. So it's like, what the, who gives a shit, right? With all due respect. So that's not adding to anything by saying that. It's funny to like argue about, but this guy's tomb was empty, and like, what does that mean? You know? This isn't one of those there are socks, therefore there are feet type of arguments. Like, it doesn't follow. Even that's a bad argument. Not fucking Islam. Exactly, right? What follows from a tomb being empty in the first place? Yeah. Those things pertain to religion, Gallus, right? It's very little to do with gods. As I've said, and I'll say it 100 times, gods predate religions by thousands of years. But there are no gods before there are humans. Right? God concepts evolve with humans. There's literally none without us. Okay, it takes us to conceptualize these gods, evolve these god concepts, then start writing things down about these gods, go to war, enslave people, convert people in order for them to believe things about these gods, indoctrinate our children in order for them to believe things about these gods, right? But in terms of these gods existing as independent agents capable of having meaningful effects on our reality, there's no evidence of that. Okay. What kind of logic are you looking for? As far as I know, there's only one. Well, actually, there's a couple types. But which type are you looking for? Right, if you think God exists, explain to me in the capacity in which it exists, right? And how one can know. This is the problem you're running into. I got an explanation for that shit. I've been saying it for the past 2 hours. Where's the beef jerky? Damn, it's Bob. Holy shit. What's up, Bob? How you doing? That's a very good point, Barak. If that's how you pronounce your name, it's a very good point. Again, that goes back to the Robert Sapolsky lecture, man. There are certain traits or certain genes that are selected for that make people start to devise these concepts and go on to believe in them. Like, if those people end up being in influential places, then yeah, cause some very strange things like religions to happen. Let's give this another try. Oh, should have judged that one better. How did he get me in that? Now, what did I do? I'm dead. I got less than an inch of life. Yo, survived. Ah, he's... That was a risk that was worth taking. No, I don't think we all have sound reasoning from what right and wrong is. I think religious people particularly lack that kind of ability. Now, individual religious people may be pretty good at it, but en masse, what religion prescribes is definitely a poor system of judging what's right and what's wrong. Yeah, now, Uncle, type in Google proof that Jesus didn't walk the earth. Right. Now you've had fun confirming your bias, go and look for some information that contradicts it. See what you get. See what you get. You won't want to do that though, that's too world shattering. And as I've already said, there's no evidence that Yeshua, a Bronze Age Judaic priest who studied under John the Baptist, is the same Jesus spoken about in New Testament, which is born magically, did miracles, resurrected, and is known to be God. No evidence that guy existed in that capacity. I'm dead. Too late. Had to drink the drink first. Zach, are you dumb, bro? Like, what? I don't want to ban you, but you're giving off dead end, like, shitty, bad dad vibes, bro. You know, like you're on your last string in society kind of thing, and you're hoping to find someone to fight against. If you're going to fight against religion, fight against them all, bro. Be a man. Free world IQ. Seems like it. Yeah, that's something that you would do, bro. I do play games on the street. I love it. You ever played Titmouse? You ever played One Touch, One Bounce? So there's this game where you get the ball, right? You kick it at a lamppost. You have to judge the trajectory perfectly so you can get it back without touching the ground. Right? I used to love doing that, bro. Remember Knock Up Ginger? used to play that all the time. Like where I used to live, we used to have these paths that looked like chessboards. We used to pretend it was chess on those boards. Right? Then one day we grew up into adults and we realised the street life has nothing productive to be found on it. And you know what we did? We became men. We went to school, we went to college, we went to uni, we got jobs, we got houses, we got money. And we said, you know what? The streets are for old men who have failed. The streets are for Zach. So that's what happened. And now, the only time we play games is on sanctioned consoles. I'll just play as Zach. Look, if you got a bee in your bonnet with Islam, then give your reasons. But it's quite obvious I'm an atheist, right? So give your reasons. But just no, he doesn't like my religion, therefore he's a religion that I don't like, right? That is pathetic, right? It's desperate. It's like, you fucking idiot. Good. I hope the UK government becomes full-on atheists. So now we're going to have to get Keir Starmer to divorce his Jewish wife, of course. Right? You have to get Kemi Badenoch to divorce her white husband, yeah? I'm sure. I'm sure the UK government is so atheist. We have to get all of those dukes out of the House of Lords. Right? So atheist. I don't know why Kemi Badenoch's white husband got dragged into it. Christian values. You know what I mean? We have to get that woman with the Lord Farquaad cut out of the foreign secretary. Like, be sure. UK government is so atheist. Really do wish the UK government was for the atheists. That'd be great. In fact, they should bring in a law where no politician is allowed to be affiliated with any religion. Now that would be a truly progressive society. None. They'd have to lobby like everyone else. Have you looked in the dictionary? Have you ever looked on Wikipedia? I think Wikipedia's got way more knowledge than the Gospels, bro. I can think of a few other books you might like. Yes, we know about child marriage, bro. We know, right? It's found in Christianity, it's found in Judaism, it's found in Islam, bro. But again, you're being a bozo. Right? You're very close to getting banned. It's all three of those cultures produce that. Bro, the New World Order happened ages ago, bro. What are you talking about? The New World Order was what's called feudalism. Okay? The Old World Order is what's called feudalism. We live in the New World Order, which is called democracy. Okay? Maybe the New World Order might be techno-feudalism. Okay? But the Old World Order already happened. It was monarchies, aristocracy. You're thinking the New World Order is still like some 2006 YouTube conspiracy theory. Like fucking lizard men and Zeta Greys and shit. Alex Jones type stuff. Nah, bro. We already live in the New World Order. It's called democracy, bro. It's not even fully functioning as a democracy / capitalism. New World Order already happened, bro. I'll be honest with you. I'd rather live in this New World Order than feudalism or, like hardcore theocracy. Definitely rather live in this bit twisted capitalist society than that, though. This is why it's important to do the kind of work that we do, so people don't backslide into those barbaric views on how society should run. But they're bloody close these days, and they're getting worse, especially giving out the internet to every idiot. You know what I mean? So there's a view that capitalism is the predecessor of feudalism, and slavery or serfdom and stuff like that. Whereas communalism hasn't got to see its fruition through socialism yet. There's an interesting view on that. Now, personally, I don't think there will ever be true socialism. There's a middle road, right? Fuck, I forget what it's called. Be right back. I'm gonna tell you. I'll give you something to go look at. So there's like a middle of the road view called Sulardism or Sulardism. This is a very old view, but in terms of what we're actually functioning as now, capitalism has long transformed and mutated from what it was. So there's never going to be a final like capitalism has reached its freezer final form stage. No, it's just going to like keep transforming and like adapting into new different things, right? Truth be told, the only reason people are still going around having this socialist, communist kind of view is because of a now kind of antiquated Marxist kind of ideology, right? In truth, because capitalism today isn't what it was when Marx exists, and Marx is a bit of a dickhead anyway. So, anyway, sorry, how do we get here? Oh yeah, you think it's New World Order? We already live in a New World Order, bro. No. And it's better than the old one. It's way better. Now, I'm not saying like again, I'm not saying it's perfect or any way, but you can at best you could probably succeed in some socialist projects under capitalism. So, it's better than nothing, right? You're right, Dev. But I've only got 2 weapons, bro. Only 2 maxed out weapons. I tried to do a weapon hunt like the other night. I just got bored. So I just figured I'd just carry on using the weapons I got. I appreciate you for tuning in. What do I mean by that statement? I mean humans invented God. There's never historically been one universal idea of God. No one has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the God. All God concepts are produced by the minds of humans and transmitted to other humans via language and artifacts that we leave behind. No one's ever found evidence of gods existing as mind-independent agents. So do with that what you will. But in terms of the how and the why, well, we're like 4 hours. I usually just do 2 and through, but we started at like 4 in the morning. About thereabouts. The how, our ancestors use what's called hyperactive agency detection device. Oh yeah, the Shroud of Turin debunk was on the screen. I forgot about that. The why is to explain things, right? Give psychological comfort, right? Certainty with uncertainty, and for societal cohesion. All God concepts are part of the evolutionary trajectory of humans. Right, so when I say historically there was never one universal idea of God, what you see on the screen right now is a table that shows you the different conceptual frameworks of gods or the configurations that they're found in. One of the most recent in human history being monotheism. Monotheism comes about from technically the Zoroastrianists imparting their ideology to the Jews or the Judaism, Israelites. Okay, Israelites used to operate on what's called henotheism. They had one god, which was called Yahweh. It was a storm god, warrior god. But they believed that the Canaanites also had gods. The Amalekites and someone else, can't remember them. Can't remember their names. Shame, you guys dubbed out history. Joking, right? One day. But anyways, right? They believed that other tribes had their own gods, right? Kind of like how West Africa had their view, right? So in West Africa, there are some groups of people who had a view that there's like overarching gods, right, that function tribally, but then there's personal gods that function underneath them, right? They're individual gods of their family. So Israel and Hindus were like that as well. It's called henotheism. Israel operated under henotheism for a long time with a god called Yahweh, storm god, warrior god. Their god and their tribe would compete with the Canaanites, who had a group of god, a pantheon of gods called El Elyon being the head, Elohim. Under El Elyon, well, he had a consort or a wife called Asherah, Then there was a dude called Murdoch, which now people are some scholars are saying Murdoch wasn't actually an entity, it was a type of sacrifice. And another entity called Baal, right? So it's El, Asherah, Murdoch, Baal, Canaanites, right? Israelites are having their wars, having their combats. Their prophets are going band for band, right? The prophets are going band for band. Israelites are like, look what Yahweh does. Canaanites are like, look what Elohim does. And there's some other people doing other things as well. Forget their names, right? Forgotten already. But yeah, anyways, through that like long contrasting history of them going back and forth, eventually the Israelites capture ideas of El, Elohim from the Canaanite god and make Yahweh God the Father like Elohim. Right? Then they get rid of Asherah, God no longer has a wife. They get rid of Murdoch, they get rid of Baal. Right? Then you end up with Yahweh being God the Father. If Yeshua or Jesus actually existed, he would have been born to the Jews who believed in that type of God. But before you get to Jesus, Zoroastrianism apparently is getting a comeback. It's having a comeback in the Middle East, which is great to hear. But Zoroastrianism helped basically enlighten that whole part of the world in the Levant. Right? It gave them their views on good and bad and like moral, immoral. You know, the Zoroastrianists apparently linked up with the Israelites after their exile. Right? So the Jews went to Egypt. Apparently, it's not actually evidence of that. Left Egypt, then met the Zoroastrianists. The Zoroastrianists helped them figure out their shit. And that's when they ended up with the monotheistic view of a god. Okay, so monotheism is from the Levant's point of view. So there could be monotheistic configurations that are earlier, but based on God of the Bible, that comes around at 6th century BCE. Okay, before Common Era. So that's BC, before Christ to Christians. Okay, right. So 6th century is quite recent in human history for that type of monotheism. So historically, as I was saying before I went into that little silly story, there's never been one universal framework for a god or one type of god. Different regions, different cultures had different types of gods. And even in one region, the Levant, there were different types of gods, okay? So, because there's never been one universal idea of God, right, there was no way, right, at that time, before people travelled and started to converse with each other, for anyone to discover the god of another tribe and another region anywhere in the world. Yet they had their own personal gods. Right? They had their own personal deities in all these different regions of the world. So that tells you humans are expressing their self, their own stories, and explaining the earth and reality through their god creations, which makes them cultural inventions, not discoveries. Okay, that's a part of what I'm telling you. But yes, you should learn these. This isn't an exhaustive list of like configurations. This is very like just rudimentary or fundamental, right? Monotheism, one all-powerful god, has one god, sometimes personal, that bit's not really important. It's found in Christianity, Islam, Judaism. Polytheism, many gods with different roles. That's Greek, Norse, and Hinduism, right? Polytheism is very important for the point in history where we start to produce civilizations. It's very important polytheism comes about, because it takes that first element of agency, second element of abstraction, and then the final element of anthropomorphism, and starts to put together cultures or cults. Well, there were cults that are part of cultures, to be frank, not the same thing. That lays the foundation, the groundwork for gods that we believe in today, So, henotheism, one main god but others exist. That's early Israel and some Hindu sects. Pantheism, God is the universe. That's Spinoza, Advaita Vedanta. That god, that pantheistic god, basically Spinoza's god and Advaita Vedanta, that's a philosophical god. It's like a metaphysical principle, not necessarily the same kind of god as God in the Bible. So it doesn't necessarily have like feature, identity, agencies, so to speak. It's just all encompassing. Right? Panentheism, God is in all but beyond all. Still not quite sure what they mean by process theology and some mysticism. Again, it's mysticism, so am I supposed to know? Probably not. Deism, non-intervening creator god, that's enlightenment deists. So there's someone important in that, I can't remember. Animism, spirits that inhabit nature. That's Shinto and indigenous beliefs. That's reported to be the oldest configuration. Dualism, that's two opposing cosmic powers, as Zoroastrianism and Gnosticism. Gnosticism is a bit more complicated than just two opposing cosmic powers, right? From what I understand, it's a bit more complicated than that. And Zoroastrianism is also a bit more complicated than that, but just a simplification of it. They're the typical types of configurations of gods found in the world. But historically, there's never been just one of those. Stoicism isn't theology, bro. Stoicism is philosophical. Like Stoicism is akin to asceticism, and then mixing like some kind of Buddhist kind of ideas. Stoicism has way more to do with philosophy, but Stoics also had Greek gods too. Yeah. So they would have had gods that they subscribed to, but Stoicism would have been like their just their working philosophy, how they lived their life. Even within Stoicism, you had like a class divide. So you have what's called the philosopher kings, which I'm dubious that they ever existed at all. Then you had the slave philosophers, people like Epictetus, my favorite Stoic philosopher. Epictetus's take on Stoicism is way more realistic than Marcus Aurelius's take on Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius's take on Stoicism is actually based on the slave Stoics, right? Them getting in and like becoming teachers and shit. Like I don't know exact people, but you got people like Diogenes, right, and a few other people basically. No, deism. Yeah, I can't remember who the prominent figures in deism is, but deism is like, it feels like French Revolution period. I might be wrong, right? We could just Google it, right? To be fair, there's no point just guessing. So deism, the belief in you got Edward Herbert, first Baron. You got Thomas Paine, Voltaire, Thomas Jefferson later, Benjamin Franklin, Matthew Tyndall, Elihu Palmer. There's just a bunch of people, right? But this John Locke, interestingly associated, Isaac Newton associated somewhat too. But these people are technically like associated with it. They're not necessarily responsible for it, do you know? And to be fair, you could say deism, out of any of these configurations, is probably likely. If there's a god that's responsible for all things and we've not yet found evidence of him, maybe it's because he doesn't interact with the physical world that he's created, do you know? But why was we talking about this anyways? Right, yeah, so there is no universal idea of a god, right? There never has been. No one, if you had to explain this to a child, no one has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the god of another land, right? How this works into like what I'm saying when I say humans invented God, right? It's called an explanatory claim, and I feel it's fulfilled by explaining the how, the why, and in some cases the when and the where. Right? Just as a recap, if you're just joining, the fundamental how is the first phase of God creation, which is assigning agency to things. That is done using what's called hyperactive agency detection device, coined by a guy called Justin Barrett. In simple terms, an example of that is one of our ancestors goes out into nature, experiences lightning for the first time, assigns agency to lightning. Our ancestor assumes lightning is acting on its own accord, or there is a mind behind lightning, okay? Through that process, they build story, which becomes law, which becomes legend, which becomes deity, or entity gets deified. Basically, hyperactive agency detection device just allows for buttressing survival opportunity. By assigning agency to lightning, you help ensure chances of survival, so people are aware of said entity, right? I didn't explain that great, but we'll get to that in a minute. So phase one of God creations is assigning agency to things. That's observational based, elemental and celestial. Phase two is abstraction, and abstraction is basically the ability to conceptualize things that don't have a physical representation. So you get ideas like knowledge, love, war, death, creation, right? Magic, right? These are conceptual, abstract things. Over time, they deify these abstract things too. Third phase is for societal cohesion, and this phase is primarily anthropomorphism. So you're taking elements of elemental things, celestial things, and abstract things, and then putting them into a human format. Okay, I'll show you how this works in terms of gods historically. I've been over this about 5 times in the stream today, and I need to get more, like, you know, on point with my knowledge, so I don't have to always show you grids and shit. But I think it's good as a visual aid. So on the screen is a grid of gods from different regions at different times. How do we know who these gods are? From archaeology, that's finding artifacts in the ground, whether that's clay tablets, pieces of cloth, textiles, like carvings, and then anthropology, study of humans, human history and cultures. Right? So Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, right? It's one of the oldest civilizations. They had a god called Enlil. That was the god of wind, air, and storms produced by the Sumerians. Well, why is he a god of wind, air, and storms? That's agency, assigning agency to elemental features, giving wind its own mind, its own capacity to act. Okay. Egypt, Northern Africa, Ra, sun god, creator god. Again, that's ancient Egypt. A sun god, again, is assigning agency to the sun, a celestial body, right? Assigning the capacity to act on its own accord. Right? A creator god is an abstract feature, right? So that's a phase 2 feature. You've got phase 1 and a phase 2 feature. He's also phase 3, but we'll get into that in a minute. Okay. Greece, Europe, Zeus, king of gods, sky and thunder. Well, being a king is an anthropomorphic feature, directly mirrors human hierarchy, the way we set out our societies, right? So we start to anthropomorphize gods and put our features onto them and give the gods hierarchies. Within Zeus's pantheon, he's like the all-father, like Odin, but under him he has gods that have abstract natures, elemental natures, and anthropomorphic natures. Okay, he's also the god of sky and thunder. Again, phase 1. So you've got phase 1 and 2. So phase 1 and 3 with Zeus, right? So Norse, Scandinavia, Odin, wisdom, war, death, and magic. Completely abstract. Yet Odin is anthropomorphic. He's a warrior god. He's a physical man. Right? He's a man with an eye patch and a raven, and he has a son called Thor, which is responsible for thunder. So as you can see, in terms of phases, phase 1, assigning agency to things, right? Phase 2, abstraction, and phase 3, societal cohesion. We've produced gods that fit neatly into these categories or mix these categories together. Why do we have to do that? Because evolutionarily speaking, our god concepts evolve with our capacity to think and to socialize, or, like to build polis civilization. It's necessary that we go on this trajectory of god creation to arrive at the 3O god that we think about today. The exact same progression of God creations can be found in the Levant, which produces Yahweh, which produces Jesus, which produces Allah, which produces Hashem, Adonai, whatever you want to call him. The same trajectory happens in the Levant. One of the first gods on this list, Mesopotamia, Iraq, Enlil, right? It's the ancestors of the Israelites, ancestors of the Jews, right? So anyways, garbage aside. Oh, Dennis, you need to start expressing your creativity a bit more then, bro. Alright, if you think, I'll put it to you like this, right? If you're using God to explain creation, you've got your work cut out for you in a massive way. The modern understanding of God is what's called an immaterial spirit, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, right? It has all the power in the world. It's all good. It could be anywhere and everywhere, right? If you think an immaterial spirit can produce a physical material reality, then you need to be able to explain the mechanisms in which it does that. As far as I'm aware, you've likely got your story of God being a creator from Genesis, or the Bible as people know it today. The Bible's not the only place that produces a creationist myth, right? In fact, the Bible's creationist myth is based on the tablet you're looking at on the screen. The creationist tablet from Mesopotamians, Babylonians, I have no reason to think that this idea of God creating everything from nothing is actually a thing, right? Considering the genealogy of the God that's claimed to make this. Right? There's no good reason to think that. Now, if I had to choose between this ancient telling of the world being created by an all-powerful deity because it felt like it, a spiritual or immaterial entity, versus the current scientific explanation for how things come about, I'm taking the current scientific explanation every time, bro. So, with all due respect, although it's the harder path to figure out, which field of study produces what reality, right, or produces the best explanation for reality, it's hard to figure out, it's hard to know. But it sure does beat the shit out of just saying, some entity felt like speaking things into existence one day. Oh, well, how does one even speak things into existence without air to vibrate or language to speak, right? These are strange things that are not considered by the humans that wrote it, okay? How does one produce light before producing the sun? Strange things that humans didn't consider when they wrote it, right? all kinds of weird things like that, right? Oh, how do humans come about? Oh, an ancient golem spell. What's a golem spell? Just putting dust together in the form of a human, then breathing magic into it. Things people didn't think about when they wrote it, alright? So, If I had to choose between you telling me literally that something can come from nothing and then the explanation for things how they actually are, I'm taking the explanation for things how they actually are. What's on the screen is a description of that fundamental Christian belief that something can come from nothing. It's known as ex nihilo. Creatio ex nihilo. It's Latin for creation out of nothing. Okay. If you think God's responsible for creating the world and all things in it, this is what you subscribe to, unless you have a different explanation of how God did it. Unless you do. Brother, if you think you have no purpose because your God doesn't exist, I don't know what to tell you. It's like you're like a big puppy dog. Listen, I think religion is like. Have you ever seen a movie called Unleashed? It's a Jet Li movie, and the guy was like, give me a child and I'll turn him into whatever I want, right? And he basically turns Jet Li into like a martial arts fighting machine, but he's like a dog. He has the mind of a dog. He's just chained up, right? Whatever the parent makes you, you will be. Your view of there being no purpose because there's no God is an example of that same unleashed type of thing. Okay? Unleashing people like you into society would be problematic for sure, right? Because you have a fatalistic view, right? But there's no reason to view humans as objects. I would say humans are, I don't know the right way to describe this, but humans are subjective, having subjective experiences or subjects. So for you to decide your purpose, it should ultimately be on you, unless of course you consider yourself an inanimate object like a hammer or a screwdriver, something that someone else programs for their personal wants. And at that point, can you really say you have purpose in a meaningful way, or do you just fulfill the whims of something and someone else? So I'd be careful thinking like that. Can you really have purpose if you're literally just made for the amusement of someone else? That's kind of horrid when you think about it. Chomped. Repented. You haven't seen good comedy then. Yeah, mythology is definitely fun to look into, bro. But I don't think it any more real, bro. It's not any more real than this game, bro. In my opinion, as a kid, them stories are great to listen to. Naweed, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Personally, I think consciousness may be something that we've got a completely wrong understanding of. As far as I could say, not being a scientist or not being anyone but a normal person, consciousness is literally just the ability to have awareness and to experience. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you what it is. But the fact that I think consciousness could be the ability to experience and awareness, I could be wrong about that too. So in terms of how consciousness comes about, there are a few different explanations. Some people think there's like a field of consciousness that we're all attached to, like a signal, like a radio signal, and we're all just receivers picking up the signal. Some people think it's God, of course, crafting individual souls and spirits and shit. Some people subscribe to what's called like psychophysical identity theory, which is basically just saying your mind is numerically identical to your brain, so your consciousness would be an emergent property of your mind, right? There's various different ways to look at it, but truth be told, I don't know, I wouldn't claim to know. But as far as what's understood, I seem to be able to experience things, right? Now, whether I actually am or not, I can't be certain, right? Not to get too skeptical, what's that word again? Brain in a vat, I forget what it's called. But yeah, not to get too skeptical, but in the same way, I can't be sure that any person I've spoken here today isn't a zombie or a mutant, and that their brain functions the same as mine. I can't be sure, right? I can't be sure you see colours the same way I do, even if you have the same cones. Right? I can't be certain. So, all these things considered, I think it's kind of best to abstain from making certain claims about what consciousness is, where it comes from, how it works. It's not a bad thing to discuss, but just true certainty, I don't think is possible yet. Like I said, consciousness could be something completely different. well, damn. That's no fun. Well, the thing is, I don't think, again, the Big Bang is one of those things like consciousness, isn't it, right? Well, it's a lot better studied than consciousness, to be fair. But in terms of the Big Bang, there are different models, right? There's a singularity, which is like the popular view. It's like everything expanding from one hot, dense state. But then there's a more like nuanced view, which is called ekpyrotic, or the cyclical model of the universe, which is the big bounce, big crunch. So either way, like, singularity doesn't actually describe teetotal, so we don't know the beginning of all things, right? Cyclical, we wouldn't know the beginning of all things either. So I don't really know, right? And I don't, also, not to be like a dick, but some would say, is it even meaningful to ask what is beyond time, what is before time? But getting an answer to that question would require you to commit to a position on what the Big Bang is and what the Big Bang entails. But truthfully, the Big Bang is based on observations and calculations going backwards. No one was actually there to observe it and study it. So, again, I wouldn't ever try to discredit all the research and the study gone into Big Bang. But as I said earlier, if I had to choose between the current scientific explanatory power versus the creationist story or myth, I'm taking the current understanding, and how the current understanding follows some type of birth of our observable local universe took place, whether it's continuously bouncing and crunching or it just came out of hot dense state. I don't know for certain. I can't know really. So, notification, suck your mom. But yeah, I don't know, right? I don't know whether it's meaningful to even say what came before the Big Bang is. If I was gonna like fully subscribe to singularity, right, in a T0, then I would tell you nothing came before the Big Bang, because nothing can come before time. But say I was more open and I say I subscribe to the ekpyrotic view, then I don't know, right? There's no meaningful way to address that. But again, not a scientist, so I don't know. The egg comes from something that's not a chicken, quite obviously. Just like all other species came from some other type of species. So that one's not, it's not really the same problem. It's not really the same problem at all. And what do you mean by autonomy, bro? Are you saying the capacity to act, like with free will? What do you mean by autonomy? You could have, oh my god. You could subscribe to free will and believe in evolution. You could be a determinist and believe in evolution. So I don't get what you're trying to say. Oh yeah, again, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's not even close to a parallel analogy, really. Oh, it's not analogous. I'm joking. There's not a good enough reason to think humans were created in the sense that the Bible tells it, right? You can use creation like in a kind of synonym way, but you could say things come about from natural processes, and via them come about through natural processes, they can still be technically considered as creations. But if you're using it in a semantic argument, you're saying no, painting has painter, watch has watchmaker, therefore creation has creator. That's a semantic argument, and it really doesn't get us any closer to the truth in any form, right? But in terms of things coming about from like naturalistic means, natural means there's no human or like agents intervening or interacting with it. Lots of things come about naturally. We would have come about naturally, like I was just explaining. If whichever Big Bang model you subscribe to, you get the formation of our local universe. There's a period of time before atoms and stuff start to form, and space dust and all that nonsense. Gravity starts to pull together space dust, produces early earth, chemicals, gases, etc. Water produces singular cell life. How does it do it? Abiogenesis. Singular cell life starts to to split in what's called speciation. Speciation becomes evolution. Billions of things come about and die almost overnight, right? Extinction level events come about, things die, things evolve, right? Leads us to where we are now. Each one of those little things that I touched on are their own fields of study. They're things that people have put thousands of hours into, full-on degrees and PhDs and lab time, studying each one of those things that I just brushed over so like carelessly. There's that as data points, right? There's clearly artifacts, so it's clearly genetic records too of what we are and what other animals are. So there's all that study, all that evidence, all those reference points for evolution, right? Versus a creationist story, right? Which doesn't have any good standing, right? Based on measuring it against the evidence that we have. Yeah, there's no reason to say there is something guiding nature. You could say it's fundamental principles of the universe. And again, I'm not a scientist, right? If you think about like it's been a while since I thought about this kind of stuff. So you got like thermodynamics, law of gravity, electromagnetism. There's a few sets of theories, right, that are thought to be what are they called? Let's just for the sake of argument, let's just call them laws of nature, right? I forget what they call them, right? But there are a few sets of theories that are thought to be fundamental to how the world or the universe operates. Within those rules or those parameters, because really these are what's called described rules, not described laws, not prescribed laws, right? Within those parameters that are described laws, things can come about from natural processes. Like I just explained, gravity pulling mass produces earth. Gases and chemicals producing water and life. Right? These are natural processes. Because it's natural, that means there is no agent involved. Right? It means it's happening on its own without anyone interfering. Primarily humans, of course, because whatever frame of reference do we have, right? Science doesn't use the concept of God in it because obviously God doesn't have explanatory power. So when using the word natural, you're indicating that there's no agent responsible for it. It's happened, it's occurring on its own. Right? So that being said, things can clearly come about naturally without any entity guiding it. Right? So, well, when you say autonomy, what do you mean, right? So I asked you, what do you mean by autonomy? Who put the little chicken in the egg? It's mum and dad. I've forgotten what that thing is, bro. You know the Back to the Future dilemma. I forget what it's called. There's a word for it. Where Martin McFly goes back and he takes a song from a guy. No, he plays a song that guy is gonna write, and it just happens in the infinite loop, right? That's a funny thing that you're referencing there with the author and the book thing. But if that was to be real, like a different type of theory of time, then yeah, who's to say, right? Who's to fucking say? But truth be told, it's not a matter of the book writing the author. It's obviously not. We know all God concepts come from the minds of humans. There's never been evidence of a God existing as an independent entity. And if you asked if I asked you right now to define what your God is, it's likely that it's an immaterial spirit in some form. How does an immaterial spirit produce a physical material reality? Okay. You've conceptualized your way to the immaterial spirit, but you've not been able to conceptualize your way to explaining how or why the immaterial spirit does what you claim it does. Analogy in simple terms. Child walks in and says, "Daddy, how does the light work?" Dad says to the child, God does the light, son, right? God's responsible for the light. Well, Daddy, what's a God? Well, a God's a magical being, right? What's a magical being? It's an immaterial spirit, son, right? That means it can do whatever it wants. It has all the power in the world. All right, Daddy, so how does this all-powerful magical being make the light work? Well, God works in mysterious ways, son. Do you see the problem with that, right? You didn't explain where the light comes from, how the light works, right? Or why and how God does what you claim it did. Right? That's the problem you're in right now. How does the immaterial spirit produce the physical material reality, which you're claiming exists, right? That's the problem. Oh, thank you, repented, right? It's like restate the claim. God could do anything he wants, right? Yeah. So, do you want to explain how he did it? It's like, yeah, fucking high level thinking here. Oh, gosh. I get sharper every day. What are you talking about, Slicks, right? The only reason you know electricity exists is because you can measure the effects of it and you can actually harness electricity. So what are you talking about? Electricity isn't spiritual, you donut. I was going to tell me air is spiritual. Well, thank your ass for being so ancient and archaic in your thinking. You know, a lot of people in the past associated air with the spirit, you know, because it was like this ethereal, immaterial thing. So they associated souls and spirits with the air. So God would breathe life into people in the form of air. Right? You're having that same archaic view. Well, if you actually, again, not scientists, if you actually go and study the various models of the Big Bang, there is a period of complete blackness, just dark, after the initial Big Bang, where the formation of atoms begin. Right? So you can go and study that stuff for yourself. I'm not fucking scientist. I'm not making claims about where the universe comes from. You're doing that to cope with the fact that you don't have evidence for your God. Right? The universe could absolutely come about from a Big Bang naturalistically with no input from God, and God still exists. Right? All right? Go figure. Right? God could absolutely exist on the other side of whatever larger universe might be out there. We need a new name for it, like the meta-universe or whatever, right? The metaverse. God could absolutely be out there and still not be responsible for the universe. Right? So you're not actually doing anything by trying to use him as an explanation. You're coping, you're pushing the problem back instead of trying to solve the problem, trying to understand and solve the problem. I'll give it to you like this, in an Occam's razor fashion. You're using a supernatural entity, e.g. God, to explain a natural phenomena, e.g. the universe. Right? By doing that, you fail to study the natural phenomena, the universe, and you know not the nature of the supernatural entity, the God. So you don't know what the God is itself. You don't know the mechanisms in which the God uses to produce anything. So ultimately, you fail in explaining the universe. Okay? That's your problem. You're not solving the problem. You're saying, hey, I don't know, therefore God. Science moves the bar up a little bit every century or so. Where the bar meets, you go, well, that must be God. Nope. Next century, bar moves up again. You go, well, that must be God. Nope. Next century again, you know. Well, then that must be God, you know. That's what you're doing. You're reaching, you're clutching, right? But you're not actually demonstrating your ideas in any way. Right? Sorry, but it's just what you're doing. If you actually clock it, it's reasonable why you might do that, but it's not good. It's not good in any way. Look at that. It's almost 10 a.m. I appreciate that repenting, man. I'm pretty sure you're the source, the go-to for that. Must be the barometer. I don't know what that is. Nope, freshman, if that's what you took from it, then you wasn't listening. I didn't tell you was a machine in any way at all, right? In fact, if you think God is responsible for all of this, then yeah, on your part, you would be saying we are machines. We exist no more as just the fun of a God, just because he could. Right? So I don't know what to tell you, right? Under your view of a God existing, you couldn't have any kind of free will that you're subscribing to. You couldn't have any like agency, autonomy, any real choice. Like you would, your purpose would ultimately be the same as me saying, I'm going to go pick up a piece of iron ore, I'm going to refine it, and I'm going to smash it into a hammer, and then I'm going to use that hammer to go around and smash things. Your purpose would be exactly the same as that, just a tool to the end of me doing whatever I want to do. Right? From your view. Okay? I could dash you in the river if I wanted to, right? It'd be up to me because you're my tool, I made you. Right? You have no further function than what I say you have. Right? In your view. But I'm not telling you anything about it being an artificial reality or us being machines. I'm literally giving you a naturalist view on how things come about. Not a supernatural view, not a magical view. Not even really a metaphysical view. Right? Well, I think. Well, do you know what? I've studied the lore of Elden Ring a bit closer. The Tarnished does become Elden Lord, but Elden Lord isn't actually God. Right? There's what's called the Greater Will. Right? The Greater Will is just basically a puppet master for all entities in the lands between. So no one is actually a god. They're false gods. All are false gods. The Greater Will isn't technically a god either. Right? So I hear it, but not really. That's technically not true. I don't think you can choose to believe, Dennis. I think you have to. Well, one, I think what's called is suspended disbelief, right? You have to be convinced of something in order to believe in it in the first place. So that's not directly a choice. Ultimately, right? There's certain pieces of information that have to pass your filter, and you have to accept to be true in order to get a foundation to start believing something. Considering that, choice isn't like choice is entailed a bit, but it's not fully a choice that you're just believing in God. If that was the case, I could just choose to believe that there are Keebler elves in the woods right now, and if I kick a tree, they'll drop me a cookie. I could just choose to believe that, right? But it doesn't mean I would actually be able to wholeheartedly, genuinely believe it because I chose to. You know, I would have to be convinced of some piece of information that would lead me to think that there are Keebler elves, that they do exist in the woods, and they do drop cookies, right? In order for me to get down that trail of thought in the beginning. So there has to be some kind of convincing happening, or there has to be some kind of retiring of rationality. You know, at some point we say, this is too much, I give up. You know. Coda, I don't think you understand what you're saying. Do you want to try re-saying that? I don't think you understand what you're even saying, mate. I mean, yeah, I think we should be absolutely focused on understanding our own anatomy and biology, bro. What do you think? So, Coda, can you read what's on the screen by any chance? Right. So yeah, we should be focused on our anatomy, improving human health. By us doing that in the span of a couple centuries, we've got life expectancy way up. So there's no reason we shouldn't continue on that trajectory. We should try to master our vehicles personally and on a humanity level, if you will, right? On a species level. There's no reason we shouldn't try to get us living 250 years or forever. There's really no reason. But the chances of that happening in my generation and me being on that Elon Musk level of having that opportunity, it's not going to happen. But there's no reason why we shouldn't be trying to master our anatomy to live as long as possible. I mean, I don't think it would make a difference, Ryan. What's the claim that I'm making that would be wrong? What's the reason? What is the reason we shouldn't? Now, as long as we go about it ethically, I can't see a good reason we shouldn't. To be fair, actually, even if we don't go about it ethically, I think the pros outweigh the cons by far. Immortal tyrants, yeah, that's possible, but remember this, right? No tyrant can function alone. Right? Throughout history, with what humans love to do is find fall guys. Some are very charismatic, people who the right words, disseminate ideologies and shit like that, grift and shit. But ultimately, it's the men who carry out the orders who really are the tyrants. One guy can't make you do anything. One guy with 10 guys could maybe make you move. One guy with 100 guys can make a lot of things happen. One guy with 1,000 guys can do a lot of damage. But the one guy on his own can't do much. Think about it like this, right? Say there's an apocalyptic event where there's billionaires, right? Billionaires got a bunker stocked full of all the things you could ever possibly need to survive a nuclear fallout for like 20 years maybe. In his list of like contingency plan, he has a private security force, because he's got all these resources. He needs to protect them because, it's like, if a zombie outbreak happens, the zombies are a problem, but the zombies ain't the primary threat. It's other humans that are the primary threat in a chaotic situation, right? So the billionaire has the bunker, he has all the resources, and he has a private security firm to protect him and his resources. Do you know what usually happens in these situations? Or what is very likely to happen in this situation? Do you know, him having all that power, all the resources, all the money, while the world is functioning, works for the private security to be there to look after him. But the moment the world goes into disarray and the money no longer matters, and all that matters is the resources and securing those resources, he loses all his power, all his capability. The guy with the gun, his security force, now owns the resources, right? Just like another example is, I'm sure you've probably seen that clip before, where there's this ship that washes up on the beach, and you've got like a captain in there, you've got pilots, you've got people who are doing all these kinds of fancy jobs, and they'll think of themselves as high society people. Then there's this one cleaner lady, like from the shipwreck, and the one cleaner lady is going on the island. When she gets there, she's at home, right? She knows how to hunt, she knows how to fish, she knows how to start fires, she knows how to set up tents. So she goes about doing this, and she assigns roles to each people. And at the end of the night, they're sat around a campfire, and she's cooking up the fish, and everyone's like, yeah, man, I'm really glad that, this lady's here. She takes her fish off the fire, and she starts eating it, right? And the captain's like, whoa, what are you doing, right? We all contributed, right? I'm the boss kind of thing. She goes, no. In there, you're the boss. Out here, I'm the boss. Right? And then the other people are like, yeah, she's the boss. And everyone says that she's the boss, she gives them a piece of food. So, who's the boss? I'm the boss, she gives them a piece of food, right? The same is the reality of resources and tyrants. One man alone doesn't have that kind of power. And as soon as you realize the parameters of the game and you start to play the game in your favor, they lose that power and leverage. So yes, the idea of immortal tyrants is terrible, but the real problem with that is the people who will be getting access to that kind of immortal technology, if possible, will be the people with the resources first. But the true immorality will be the people that want that immortality will be experimenting on the poor kids in favelas, in gullies and all these kinds of places. The experiments will be done unethically on those people for the benefit of those tyrants you're talking about. But ultimately, they couldn't reign as tyrants without the help of other people. That's the point I'm trying to explain to you. But in that event, the cards completely shift anyways, right? Just like another analogy would be, should we go completely AI and bring robots in, there'll be a civil war, okay? Because the structural power would shift. Just like how AI kind of now is creating a structural power. All of the middle management and the bureaucracy of offices, people are now well aware how useless these people actually are, because you could just put it into the internet, get the information, act on the information, right? So you create a shift in power, right? Anyways, this is quite off topic, to be fair, but yes, immortal tyrants are a consideration, but tyrants can't be tyrants without the help of others. That was the point I was trying to make ultimately. The tyrant isn't like the woman that knows how to hunt, how to fish. The tyrant is the guy that says, I'm the captain, and she tells him, no, out here I'm the captain, out here I got the gun, right? In terms of the resources, in terms of the manpower, you're the captain in the office, I'm the captain with the fucking, with the resources at my fingertips right now, right? So that's the difference. But that's just an ideological thing to think about. No, we're having a conversation, bro. We're still talking about gods. Was that someone was talking about immortality? Yeah, anyways, your God doesn't exist, never has existed, never will exist. It's all just a figment of your imagination. produced for various reasons. Some better reasons than others, but they don't exist, bro. And with that, we're on 5 hours, 3 hours more than normal. So I might consider coming back later, or I might not. I know I can't say that for certain, Naweed, but I say it just to incite some kind of stir in you, if you will. Potentially, bro. I don't know how to pronounce your name. It looks like it's Korean. I could be wrong. You're not like. Don't get me wrong. That is a concern, because the rich will always get first dibs on this technology. But at the same time, because the rich are so like neurotic in terms of like that guy that's constantly trying to biohack, that Brian dude, and he looks like a vampire now. Because they're so neurotic and like anxiety ridden with the hoarding of resources and power, and the fear of their own mortality, they will be a lot more, careful about how they go about obtaining said power. Because it's exactly like I just told you. You could be immortal, right? That's provided no one cuts your head off. It's provided no one separates your limbs, provided no one decides to tie you to the bottom of the ocean, right? Provided no one decides to dash you in a volcano, right? You could be immortal, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee you safety on Earth. So that's the kind of thing I'm saying to you, bro. In the same way, you could be mortal and all those terrible things happen to you as well. So there are ethical concerns with biohacking and preserving human life. But I'm talking like as a species, we should master our own anatomy and biology, and try to push for the highest health standards possible, right? Eradicate diseases where we can ethically, push up life expectancy and quality of life, even quality of end of life services. All these kinds of things are important to push forward, because after all, another problem that religion introduces is that there's this separation of the inner world and the outer world, the human and the non-human. But really and truly, there are only humans, and we only have ourselves to reference. Right, so it's in not only your best interest to push for higher health standards and biological advancements. It's also in the interest of the species as a whole, right? Survival ultimately. Unless like you're an antinatalist or something like that, and you just want to see the world burn, which is relatable. But yeah, there's outside of that. I mean, in a progressive kind of way, it's always good to be pushing humanity forward. And the best way to do that is to do it through the actual vehicle you've got, being a human. Zach, nah, I don't, bro. No good reason to believe in the afterlife. Who do you know that's come back and told you anything about what's behind the curtain? God didn't create anything, bro Smith. So you're right. Repented, come on, bruv. First I'll have to find the backyard. I'm joking. So, although this is fun, I am enjoying talking to the chat. It's been a while since I just nattered with the chat, but just remember, when I say humans invented God, it's called an explanatory claim. It has a how, has a why, in some instances a when and a where. It's supportable through archaeology, anthropology and cognitive science. So it's not just this guy just believes this. Who gives a shit about beliefs? We're talking about what we can support, what we can demonstrate to be true. Historically, there's never been evidence of a God existing independently of the mind. Being its own agent, capable of having any meaningful effect on our reality. All God concepts are primarily devised in the minds of men and transmitted from men to other men. No one has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the God of another land, right? Quite simply. Your ideas, your sensibilities and all that stuff is coming from the ideas of other men. Okay? Well, yeah, I guess some some rulers might consider themselves gods, right, if you allow them to be deified in that manner. But you guys see that clip of the Spanish lady saying Trump is the closest thing to God? Then in the next clip, she was getting deported. Right, so if you allow them to operate in that manner, then you're gonna get it. But look, Julius Caesar wanted to be deified as a god. He was like, yeah, as long as you accept me as a god, you can keep your god. Some people did, some people didn't. It's up to you. Yeah, it might be true. Right. I don't think that was a complete brain death then, Zach. Right? You can have temporary cardiac arrest, I think. What's up, Lando? Well, yeah, that's a part of it. Even Jesus Christ, if he existed, he would have been born to a Jewish tribe, or the tribe of Israel, right? And he would have been under monotheism at that point in history. But prior to his birth, Israel would have been under henotheism. So in order for Yahweh to become God the Father, henotheism and polytheism must exist, because Yahweh becomes God the Father by mixing El Elyon from the Canaanites. What's up, A2? So Jesus Christ himself would have to accept that there are other gods in order for him to be God, which is just a sweet irony, isn't it? At the end of the day. Test. You can't hear me. I'll say it again. Test. You can't hear me. So, Jesus himself would have to acknowledge that there are other gods. Jesus, if he existed, would have been born a Jew, which is the tribe of Israel. The tribe of Israel had a god called Yahweh. They also call him Hashem. They also call him Adonai and other various names. But primarily, Yahweh becomes God the Father by taking elements of El Elyon, which is a Canaanite god. So within that region of the world, the Levant, they all acknowledge the system called henotheism, which is I have a god, you have a god, they have a god. But my god is supreme over your god, right? Ultimately. So in order for Jesus to be God as well, he would have to accept that there are other gods that make his God possible in the first place. So yeah, you can't jump down through history and just say, you know what, I'm monotheism and my God's final, right? This is why monotheistic religions are so disruptive and unharmonious in any society where they go, because they try to dismiss the realities before them and bend reality to their beliefs. Yeah. Well, I don't know. When you say scientifically, what do you mean, right? I mean, I'm well aware how humans come about, but what exactly are you pointing to when you say scientifically? Yes, TV, because you don't know what you're talking about, right? I just told you, Jesus, really and truly, in the New Testament version, didn't exist. Yeshua, a Bronze Age Judaic priest, studied under John the Baptist, had disciples of his own, was born a Jew, right? And the God he believed in was called Yahweh, right? Yahweh becomes God the Father because El Elyon existed, right? Go and read your damn Bible. You're talking nonsense. Right? And if you actually subscribe to Trinitarianism and you're not an Arian or whatever, you will realize it's not like you can't get Jesus being God without that happening in early Israel. God the Father has to come about at some point. And if you're saying Jesus is God the Father, then at which point does Jesus get added to the canon, right? During the henotheistic period, during the monotheistic period, or maybe during the panentheistic period for the Mesopotamians, right? Which part is he part of the canon? At which point? Only in the New Testament does Jesus even get a mention, okay? And as I said, he was born a Jew, so he accepted that Yahweh existed. And in order to have Yahweh, you got to have El Elohim, okay? Benny. So yeah, even he knew he wasn't God. But that's just jokes aside, right? Even he knew he wasn't God. Guy was like, Father, take this from me, right? Oh, Father, why have you forsaken me? Like, hold on a minute, I gotta pray. Wait, why are you praying? You're God. Like, what are you doing? Like, anyways, right? No, he wasn't mentioned by name before the New Testament, bro. The Messiah is not Jesus. Talk to a Jew and he'll school you on that shit. Jesus is not the Messiah. If Jesus was the Messiah, you wouldn't see what's happening in the Middle East right now. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I don't even like Christianity or Judaism or Islam, but even I know this shit. I consider them all the Cerebus, so that's how you pronounce it. I can't remember. And if me, a non-believer, knows this shit and you don't, you suck. You're terrible at religion. You suck at this. No, I'm joking. Of course, like it's actually honourable to find people that go out of their way to find things that disagree with what they believe. So that being said, I would grant that. So is an effort worthy of respect in the first place. But they're not really going to go out of their way to look for contradicting views on what they've built their whole life around, are they? But yeah, well, I have got a note, but I don't know if I want to share my notes, bro. You guys don't even deserve them. But I'll just quickly give you a timeline walkthrough of the genealogy of the God of the Bible. So ancient Sumer, that's 3,500 to 2,300 BCE. That produces An, Anu, Enlil, and Enki, also known as Ea. Akkadian/Babylonian period, that's 2,300 to 1,200 BCE. Then you get Anu, Enlil, Ea, and Marduk, right? Marduk, not Murdoch, right? Marduk. Okay. Enuma, in the Enuma Elish, right? So shit you don't care about. Northwest Semitic and Canaanite religion. This is 2000 to 1200 BCE. Now El enters the scene. Supreme God, Father of Gods, aged wise creator. Title El Elyon, Most High. Amongst El, you get Asherah, consort of El, the mother goddess, and Baal, storm and warrior god. Right? So Marduk is prior to this. Okay? So early Israel religion or early Israelite religion, 1200 to 900 BCE. This is when Yahweh or YHWH joins the picture. Okay, known as a storm warrior god. Hope you're writing this down because I'll probably not look at this again for a while. When the merger happens, right, the business merger, love a bit of business, right? Yahweh becomes El between 900 to 700 BCE. Yahweh absorbs El's identity. The titles of El are now applied to Yahweh, El Elyon, creator, the Father. Asherah is erased. Baal is demonized. In Psalms 82, I think that's what you was just quoting. Forget your name. It shows a divine council. Right? Deuteronomy 32 distinguishes El and Yahweh. Right? So over time, El disappears and Yahweh becomes supreme. After the exile happens in the 6th century BCE, monotheism is born. Monotheism is born by the collaboration of Israelites and Zoroastrianists. And that is how you arrive at the God of the Bible as you know it. The God of the Bible that Jesus, if he existed, would have been born to. Anybody got time for that? Not necessarily, bro. Not necessarily, bro. In terms of duality, right? As far as I understand it, I've not researched enough into Zoroastrianism, but Zoroastrianism brought significant enlightenment to that region of the world. Right? Significant enlightenment, as far as I understand it. So, Mill, so do you think someone was just walking one day and just stubbed their toe on mathematical formulas? It's like, oh look, there's calculus on the ground. Oh look, there's Pythagorean theorem, whatever it's Pythagoras theorem. Like, oh my god, look, there's pi. It's like, what do you think happened there? Do you think someone was like, look, I'm gonna come up, anyways, let me stop being facetious. Clearly, we devised the language of mathematics, right? In order to make use of high-level mathematics, which is abstract mathematics, we have to devise the language of it. So from that point of view, we absolutely invented mathematics. In terms of things having numerical values, yes, they would have had numerical values. And we actually invented various different mathematical systems that we no longer use. Right? But in terms of the language we use to make use of mathematics, mathematics is literally a language devised to describe our physical reality. Okay? That's what mathematics is. It's how we do equations, so on and so forth. I'm not a mathematician. Right, but anyways, right, the language is absolutely invented. You don't just discover the language. You have to devise the language and make use of the language. But in terms of using that language to describe things that we find, yes, we do, right? But no one just found maths, bro. We had to develop various systems, various languages, and we still do. Okay? But philosophically, people debate about that. You got like within philosophy, you got weirdos. I think all kinds of things. Not saying like in philosophy, truthfully as well, no one is actually ultimately right. There is no authority figure. They're just people that are authorities in the field that they've studied, right? So this school of thought, like materialists, there's some leaders in that school of thought. Positivists, there's leaders in that school of thought. Monists, leaders in that school of thought. Like philosophy itself is just a bunch of people thinking with the bros, right? That's literally all it is, right? Bros sitting around thinking, right? Some bros go together and are like, I like that thought. Let's develop that a bit more, right? Let's see if we can account for some real material things and some immaterial things using that framework. And then some bros are like, actually, I don't like continental thinking. I like analytical thinking. If it can't be measured, it isn't real, right? And I'm going to create this school of thought, right? And now people are like, everything exists, right, as its own form, there's forms, there are things, then there are forms, right? These are just ways of viewing the world, and they all are very useful, and they all inform each other. Don't get me wrong, I'm not diminishing philosophy in any way. I'm just simply saying you can have some far out views in philosophy, and you can have more reasonable views in philosophy. But people will argue philosophically whether maths is invented or discovered, but you cannot argue that maths as a language is absolutely invented. Right? You don't find the language of maths, you don't discover it, you develop it. Okay. I'll put it to you like this, right? To put in perspective for you, right? Logic and maths are abstract concepts. That means they exist in your mind, but they are universally applicable whatever the language and the formula is understood. So if you got in a time machine and you went back in time, to the Midian era, wherever that is, right? Whichever period of time, you got out your time machine, you're like, I'm going to teach these people maths from the future. Once they understood the language, the vocabulary, and the principles of the equations, they could reproduce the answers that you would produce in the future. Right? At any point where that language is used in that abstract framework, which is like a formalized process, they would get the same answers. But maths itself is an immaterial thing, an abstract concept. God is also an abstract concept, an immaterial thing. But whatever the concept and language of God is applied, the answer is not universal. It's independent, right? It's dependent, mind dependent on the person who is interacting with it. So conceptually, God functions as a fictional character, whereas maths and logic function as formal processes. You will get the same answers every time where the process is followed. God, immaterial concept, but not universal. Okay? Hopefully that clears that up for you. But whatever the principles of maths and the language of maths is understood, the answers will be universal. So then at that point, you can get mind independent things, because you could leave a theory, or you could get someone to work out the equator, and it should be the same as long as the planet or topography, if that's the way to put it, doesn't change. Any number of things like that you could do. But as for that math just existing there on its own to be seen and discovered, bump your toe into it, you couldn't. Anyways, it has been fun. We've dragged this out into silly conversations. Ultimately is this: all known gods are psychological constructs that do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It requires somebody devises a concept of God and imparts it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself must devise a concept of God in order to interact with it. Okay. As far as we're aware, historically, there's never been evidence of a God existing as an independent agent capable of having any meaningful effect on our physical reality. Final couple of things I'll leave you with. I just want to make sure these are really embedded in your soul and your moniker. How that guy says, right? To be a believer is to be in a catch-22. The more you define God is less likely it is to exist based on the attributes you assign to it. The less you define God is the more synonymous it is with non-existence. Now, wherever you fall on that spectrum, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you there, right? I can't really be able to explain it further than that. Spirit can be whatever you want it to be, bro. Connor, if the guy with the highest IQ was to take a test tomorrow and decide to be an atheist, would you become an atheist? Of course, peace. Bro, you love lions. How sad. Of course, right? Anime is a fine art. It was produced as military propaganda, right? Back in the 1930s, I want to say. I've done a whole documentary about it on my YouTube. Anime was produced as military and government propaganda, and to this day, it does the damn thing. In fact, some of the greatest movies to come out in the 20th, 21st century and 20th century were basically just stealing, jacking ideas from anime. Right? Think The Matrix. Right? Think a bunch of other shit. Right? Stealing from anime. Even till today, right? You can express certain physical movements and ideas through art, moving pictures, far greater than you can with actors. Yeah. And do you know what else? Right now that we're on it, drawing, being able to draw, is one of the most fundamental expressions of human nature. If we go back in time, you will see on cave walls men and women expressing their view of reality through drawing pictures. They couldn't make the pictures move back then, but they drew moving scenes. Why do you think that is? Okay. Anyways, I'll let you ponder on that. I'll see you later.